All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome if you are new here. Thank you guys so much for joining me today and waiting patiently, as always, for the intro to finish up. I hope you appreciate my white do-rag today. No, Irfan, it's not a hat. It's actually a do-rag. No, it is a hat. It is a hat. You just can't tell. There you go. See? It is a hat. But what is going on, guys? I hope everybody's doing well on this Sunday. We have quite a bit to go over and talk about. And I will say right off the bat, I have quite a few super chats. I have like 3 super chats from New Soul 9. I have one from Instant Messenger Sama. And guys, I am absolutely going to read your super chats. I'm just going to give it like a couple minutes here to let more people kind of file in. Alma, you like the hat? Yeah, I don't wear it too often, but my other hat is all stained. I was noticing that in the last couple streams. It's got like sweat stains on it and stuff. I'm like, you know, I think I got to wash this thing or maybe get a new one. But this one I haven't worn in quite some time. By the way, Irfan, I don't know if you're here right now, but I did get your, yeah, there you are. I did get your message before we went live. And yeah, I'm going to refer to your Reddit post to help kind of streamline things and hopefully make things a little bit easier to go over, because we are talking more about PlayStation today and Mark Cerny and the PlayStation 6. And, you know, I put my title, Mark Cerny confirms the PlayStation 6 is a step change. And this is significant. I think that this is something that may end up going a little bit under the radar. I don't want to like make it a bigger deal than it really is, but it seemingly signals that what we're going to see with the PlayStation 6 and the approach they're taking from a tech point of view and an overall approach to game development and game design, it's going to be much more significant than I think people may realize. And it's going to be something that is not, you might not necessarily feel the impacts of it in the first like year or two, but it's something that's going to be like a decade long or longer thing. And we'll talk about that. We'll go over all that because Digital Foundry did a little interview with Mark Cerny. And this is where he kind of said some of this stuff. So we'll talk about that. We're also talking more about Xbox because we have like 2 significant things to go over regarding Xbox today. The first is that there's a new rumor, and it seems like it's starting to spread, and we're getting some level of confirmation that both Wal Mart and Target are dropping Xbox, which is not good and definitely signals something that we're going to talk about. And the second thing is there's actually a job listing that seems to I'll just read it to you. It says Xbox hiring gaming finance experts to, quote, drive transformation initiatives with urgency. We're going to talk about that. This is something that has also went under the radar, quite significant. We're going to discuss it. And there's some other topics as well that we will be going over. Irfan, I have about 20 or so hours in Yotei so far. I've been earnestly trying to make progress in the story, which I have, and I won't say anything because I don't want to spoil anything, but I am making progress. Okay, Luna's here being weirder. I am making good progress, and I've been playing some Battlefield 6 as well, so that's kind of been getting in the way of my progress, but yeah, I'm taking my good old time with it, really enjoying it, but I am trying to definitely, you know, pick up the pace with actually getting through the story and trying not to get too distracted with all the side content. Yeah, Tarnished, it sure seems that way. It sure seems that way. We got Mark Cerny's neural arrays, bro. Neural radiance caching, radiance cores. He's going to radiate us. Wait. Anyway. But yeah, guys, we are going to get into this conversation, and I'm going to start off by reading New Soul 9's super chats here. And based off of what he's saying here with his super chats, I think you're such a weirdo, Luna. Why does she climb it like that? Why does she climb it like that? Like, just jump up to it. Just jump up to it. Why are you climbing it from behind? It's so weird. It's like creepy. I don't know. MBG Ghost of Yotei made me go for another Elden Ring playthrough. More Elden Ring? More Elden Ring. Oh man. So New Soul 9 dropped. He dropped $50 worth of super chats, which is extremely kind of him. So New Soul, thank you so much for that support, buddy. He says, "Hey MBG, I wanted to push back on the silly notion that PlayStation players just wanted quote competition from Xbox. I don't believe that was necessarily the case because for someone that claims such a thing, their actions say otherwise. Someone who wants genuine competition would be precise and accurate about the problem at hand and would not push inaccurate narratives throughout the generation in the first place, like, quote, Xbox has no games, end quote, as a perfect example. Just like in the same way we could agree that Xbox players that push an inaccurate narrative of PlayStation, it would show that they clearly just want PlayStation dead and not actual competition." So we got New Soul 9 coming out swinging, bro. He's coming out swinging. And I will read Instant Messenger Sama's super chat as well, just as a bit of a follow-up to it. He says, Ninja Gaiden 4 got leaked because of a mismanagement at the Korean PSN store. A bunch of cutscenes are already on YouTube. Y'all stay safe from spoilers, dude. Well, thank you for the, hey, stop that. Thank you for the warning, Instant Messenger. I had no idea. Um, so, yeah, guys, Instant Messenger Sam is apparently letting us know that there's like a major leak on the PlayStation, on the PSN regarding Ninja Gaiden 4. So be aware of that. Be mindful of that if you are perusing the internet and you are at all interested in Ninja Gaiden 4. I didn't know about this. Not good. And so Sama, thank you for the super chat. So New Soul, yeah, I generally speaking agree with you. The only thing I would maybe alter, and maybe it's semantical, but I feel like it's maybe necessary to do this because some people may take it the wrong way. Luna, you need to stop that. I don't know what it is about her. Every time it used to be Boss, now it's Luna. She wants to like tear down my stuff. Luna, be good. To be clear, I think what we're referencing here, New Soul, are the really extremist fanboys that I think make it clear through the things that they talk about and the way that they talk about these things that it's kind of like what you're saying, where are there segments of PlayStation fans that are on the internet that make it clear, I just want Xbox dead and gone and buried and everything will be better for that? Yes. Does the same thing exist on the other side where, you know, there are people who feel that way about PlayStation and despise PlayStation, and because of this there's all these kind of disingenuous narratives and aspects of the conversation that are twisted and kind of manipulated. um yeah, does it look like the angle's wider, by the way? Is that what it looks like? Wide angle MBG. Yeah, New Soul, this is absolutely true, and there does need to be pushback against both of these things. Just in the same way that, like, when we cover, for example, what we were covering last week about Xbox, like, are there going to be people on my channel who, you know, would be part of that group that are like, I want Xbox dead? Yes, but you're going to find it anywhere you go, right? Like, you could go to the nicest place or Xbox channel, wherever that may exist, but you're still probably going to have people there that are like, I hate PlayStation, you know, and I can't stand them and all that. I can't control everybody. We can't control everybody. We're not trying to control everybody, but what we are going to do is push back against some of these narratives. Where last week, when we're covering everything that's going on with Microsoft, that's going on with Xbox, all the rumors, all the, you know, confirmations we're getting in certain regards, you know, it does have to be made clear. And yeah, maybe we here and other people have to get a little bit defensive, where it's like, we're not saying we want Xbox dead. In fact, we're going to explain why competition lessening and going away could potentially be a bad thing, and that is the greatest concern of all. But with that being said, we're not going to ignore some of the reasons as to why we got here, you know, why we are where we are. And I think the same can be said for the PlayStation side in different regards. But yeah, man, people do, if they want to partake in these conversations, I believe they have to try to be more accurate, like you're saying, and precise about what the actual problems are, and not try to just do this broad stroke where, like, last gen, the whole idea was Xbox has no games, and of course, like that's what people are going to say. But the reality last gen was it's not that Xbox doesn't have games. What really is being stated, and I know this because I was one of these people, is that Microsoft needs to do a better job with their games. Not only do they maybe not have enough, but the ones that they're offering are either very mediocre or very underwhelming. And when you have the competition doing the exact opposite, where they have game after game that's like scoring high, getting mass praise, and really kind of lighting it up, you know, yeah, people are gonna I don't know why that transformation happened, where it's like the the message that should have been sent and agreed upon is Xbox needs to produce better games. It seemed to have gotten kind of muddied with Xbox has no games. And that same thing is kind of happening this generation with PlayStation, where you do still see people say, like, where are the games, Sony? This generation hasn't even started. Where are the games? And it's like, well, that's factually incorrect. That is a poor way to describe the current situation with PlayStation. A better description would be we want newer games, or we want less sequels, or we want less of a focus on live service games. These are more accurate descriptions that I think it is important to push these things more accurately, because look, I don't know how much of what we say here reaches these companies, Sony, Microsoft, etc., but you have to imagine it does to a certain extent. We don't want them to get the wrong message. Like, I don't want the message to, to be delivered to Microsoft like, I want your console to die, and I want your brand to just completely collapse and go away forever. That's never been the message I've tried to send to Microsoft. The message I've tried to send, and I think many other people have tried to send, is like, we really just want you to figure it out and get better, you know, um, and try to, like, maybe take a closer look at what Sony and Nintendo are doing. Oh my God, Luna, what are you doing? She's so weird. I'm sorry. She's so distracting because I'm just afraid she's going to destroy something. You're saying you don't believe that for a second? In regards to what? Nick, you're saying that'll never happen. Tarnish, you're saying MBG question. I'm not a PlayStation fan, and I yearn for the destruction of Xbox. I genuinely. Is that a question? I genuinely believe that Microsoft is doing a net negative effect onto the industry. Which label do I subscribe to? Well, I want to make it clear as well, Tarnish, that I don't. I'm not saying that if you're in that position where you actually genuinely, thoroughly believe, like, it's not. You're not trying to misconstrue anything. You're just simply saying I believe that it is a net negative for them being in this industry. I'm not here to say you can't feel that way or shouldn't feel that way. Like, in the same way that there are absolutely people who feel that exact way about Sony and PlayStation. And um my goal has never been to tell those people you can't feel that way or you shouldn't. The only thing I actually care about, and Tarnish, I guess maybe this will answer your question. You can subscribe to whatever you want, right? I just feel like when we partake in these conversations, and I think you do a good job of this, by the way, and a lot of people here do a good job of this, and I think we don't get enough credit for that, to be fair, or to be frank. I mean, we just need to make sure that whatever biases we have, whatever we lean towards, we can't let that interfere with certain facts. We can have our opinions, we can have our feelings, but I think most of the damage that is done in this space, in these conversations, comes from people who are truly trying to, like, convince you that, you know, what are you doing? Like, what the fuck is she doing, bro? It comes from I think some pretty thoroughly disingenuous people. I look Muslim, bro. That's a first. From disingenuous people who I think are, they're trying to convince people of something that maybe isn't actually true. Because if they actually just gave you the truth, it wouldn't be, if not as bad as they make it sound. It's leaving important facts out of the out of the equation. And that's all I've really been kind of pushing back against for a while now. And the same goes for Xbox, you know? The same goes for Xbox, where it's like, dude, there are many, many factors at play as to why we're going to be sitting here talking about the idea of two of the biggest retailers in the world, Walmart and Target, apparently being done selling Xbox, you know? And New Soul 9 with another $20 super chat. Thank you for that, New Soul. He says, with all due respect, MBG, pushing back now is kind of too late because Xbox as a console is dead. The damage is done. I'm specifically referring to that period of time where there was a lack of pushback from the PlayStation community. Yeah, no, you're not wrong there, dude. And here's what I'll say, New Soul. I think I'm going to say and maybe you disagree with this, and that's fine. You know, I appreciate these conversations because we don't always have to agree on everything. We can always respectfully agree to disagree. But my view of it, I think, is 75-25. And I'll explain what I mean by this. I think 75% of what has went wrong with Xbox, what is going wrong with Xbox, is their fault. Now that's 3/4. That's the majority. I do think the buck stops with them at the end of the day. That is, they're responsible for their own brand, their own messaging, and everything else. I think 25% of it is the messaging getting out of control. They lost the messaging. That messaging then is in the hands of the internet, of the people. And I think once they lost control of that completely, that's where that 25% extra damage comes in. Maybe it could even be like 80-20. Maybe that's even more accurate. Where I agree with what you're saying to a degree, where were there hyperbolic, disingenuous things said about Microsoft over the last 10 years that contributed to a negative perception of the brand, of the console, of their games? Absolutely yes. But when we try to separate these things here, where it's like, well, how far can that be taken? Like, is there truth to any degree here? And when we look deeper, I think that's when you start to see the truth. Where it's like the actual truth is that Microsoft did fuck up in the beginning of the Xbox One. And the truth is they did have games at the beginning of the Xbox One, but the messaging was so poor that for in a rare instance where it's like, bro, we don't even care what games you have. Your console sounds horrible. Like the DRM, the Kinect, terrible, awful, And then I think that messaging proliferated where it's like, okay, then once the initial launch games were gone, then they had a new batch of games. And those games, unfortunately, again, it's not that they didn't have games. It's that games like Quantum Break, Recore, Crackdown, State of Decay, like these games were just not up to snuff. And these games were not system sellers in most regards. And so, people would, again, the dog piling would kind of continue. And then, yes, there was like a time or period of time where it became the popular thing, I guess you could say, where it's like, yo, Xbox is a clown show and has no games. They suck. Of course, that was like a popular thing, but Microsoft pushed back against that aggressively this generation. But I think, and this is the important part, the 80-20, the 75-25 thing that I'm talking about, at the end of the day, if you remove all the noise, if you remove, the opinions of people, what's being said, what's being stated, you remove the Reddit threads, you remove the YouTube videos, you remove the YouTube comment sections, you remove the forums, you remove all of this, you remove the Twitter conversations. If you remove all of that, at the end of the day, I think Microsoft failed to produce the results that they needed to produce to save their own brand and to save their own console. Well, to be fair, they did save the brand, but to save the console ecosystem and continue to be able to have any type of meaningful impact in this specific area, that specific area being the console game market or just the console market in general. I feel like that is something that, simply put, that blame cannot be fully placed on the consumer, on the fanboys, on the internet at large, because Microsoft is a massive company. They have an incredible amount of resource and reach. And the Xbox brand is a relatively strong brand in the sense that it's a known quantity. And so I just think that there were many times where they had to kind of step up to the plate and get a hit. You know what I mean? And instead they just struck out. And I do think that, again, like people kind of dogpiling on it made it seem worse than it actually is. But I think the results at the end of the day do kind of speak for themselves, where it's like, they started out strong this gen. We got Hellblade 2 and Xbox Series X, world's most powerful console, at the Game Awards, and the hype was like, oh shit. And then when you like flash forward to like 2 or 3 years later, it's like, oh shit. This isn't work, like these things are not turning out the way you said they would. Hellblade 2 is not the game people thought it was. The Xbox Series X is not. It's not that it's not the console people thought it was, but it's not as good as you guys made it sound, in the sense that the power factor really didn't matter that much. And these are all things that Microsoft is responsible for at the end of the day, And but I will agree with you, Nuso. Like, are there people who are like, man, I just wanted more competition from Xbox, and that, maybe they're just saying that now. Like basically, certain people want to cry now that they're like going away. And it's like, bro, like it does look a little bit awkward in some instances, where it's like you could have bought an Xbox at any time, like you could have supported any of this at any time. But so I get what you're saying, where there are some instances where it looks a little bit like, well, this is awkward. You know what I mean? But I do agree as well that I think you're right. Like, the damage is done. I think it's too late. It's too little too late. I don't think there's anything that Microsoft can do. And I think the fact that there's a rumor going around that they're going to be, Target and Walmart are not going to be selling Xbox anymore. It's like, dude, this is, the exit is happening. Not the exit from the industry, but the exit from the console market is happening. And while they are going to have another device, Xbox Magnus, this is not canceled. This is happening. It is like, as they are leaving retailers, it is becoming clear that this is going to be a made-to-order device for a very small niche group of people, and it's going to be a premium device. And I'm sure they'll be happy with it. At least I would assume so. But the days of Xbox being the rival to PlayStation, or being a meaningful competitor to any capacity inside of the console gaming market, I think the signals. I think we're looking at the writing on the wall right now, and the signals are there. It's just for retailers. Yeah, just for the biggest retailers in the world. No big deal. And we have, so you were wearing my underwear. Says, we've known that the Xbox console is dead. Who cares? Well, I mean, a lot of people definitely believe that this is where it was going to always end, and like where we were headed. But it's one of these things where, we have to kind of just go through the motions, I suppose. Maybe the real signal happened last year. But, when these news items come out where it's like, all right, we'll cover the rumor in more detail, by the way. It's coming from The Gamer, I believe. And I saw Shinobi 602 also reporting on it. So it seems like I saw somebody also respond to me on Twitter. Again, it's a random person. I don't know if they're to be believed. They said that they were in Walmart and they asked an employee, and they said, yeah, they're not. They were told that they're not going to be stocking at Xbox anymore, and they're going to be taking it down soon. I'm like, oh, okay, well. And New Soul 9, you're saying I can agree on that, MEG. Anyway, anybody had a tuna bacon sandwich, bro? I could say I've not had a tuna bacon sandwich. Guys, what say you? Chat, tuna bacon sandwich? Yay, nay? And PlayStation Pete with a $5 super chat says, MBG, Mark said the PS6 is a few years away. Few equals 3. Did you check on the new Rush drummer? My game of the year next year, GTA 6. What's yours? I actually forgot that. I keep seeing these Rush videos pop up, dude. And for some reason, I'm like, I'll get back. I'll watch it later on. And then I never get back to it. So I still have to look into that. A lot of people are thinking that, based off of what Mark Cerny said, that the PS6 is now a 2028 console potentially. It is possible. I don't want to say it's not, but we have Kepler L2, a very well-known AMD leaker, and he's privy to this stuff. He said that as of right now, they are locked in for holiday 2027. Now, he did say that there could be delays, of course, but he was saying they would be like last-minute delays. So there's always this kind of idea that Sony, even if they are locked into 2027, there's still plenty of time between now and then. They could say, you know what, we are going to push it a year. They might make that decision, right before they decide to put out the dev kits potentially. And I will say, considering what's going on with the Microsoft side of things and how there's a lot of transitioning going on, I could see Sony being like, you know what, let's just hold off on like another 12 months. Let's hold off. Any Xbox product that they throw out, you say the same thing, MBG, this will be a niche product. Anything that Sony puts out, it's amazing. Well, no, literally neutral zone. That's the thing, dude. I'm being literal here in that, like, I'm not saying no, but this isn't like a Series X PS5 situation or an Xbox One PS4 situation or a 360 PS3 situation. This is actually distinctly different. If I remember back when the Xbox Series X was coming out, I'm like, I don't know, man. Microsoft is really going in. Like, we got to see what the launch lineups look like, but they may actually have a real chance here. I remember that. I was there saying, like, this is it, man. Sony and Microsoft are going toe-to-toe. I still think Sony has the edge just based off of momentum, but Microsoft might actually stand a chance here. This is very different. This is not me trying to make it sound like this Xbox Magnus, device is a piece of shit and who cares? It's going to get stomped. This is me saying that this Xbox Magnus hardware is going to be distinctly different from a home console, and it's not going to be positioned as a home console necessarily. It's not going to get the marketing behind it. The signal is going to be made very clear that this is not something that you will talk about in a competitive sense against the PlayStation 6 or the Nintendo Switch 2. This is something that, if anything, you may talk about in a competitive sense to pre-built PCs that already exist on the market. And that, to me, signals that this is going to be a niche product because, well, let's face it, if they're not trying to target the console market anymore, then who are they trying to target? They're trying to target PC players and the remaining people that are still on using Xbox consoles. But if you're trying to target the PC player base, I mean, again, I feel like most PC players, like I see people leaving comments and stuff, and maybe it's true. I don't know how much I'm going to read into it. It could be true, but I see people leaving comments, and these comments sometimes get upvoted where they're like, if this device really is going to be like a mid to high end PC that is going to be convenient to hook up to your TV and it'll offer different storefronts, I think I would prefer that over the PS6. And it's like, I feel like everybody says that until like they find out it's like, and it's going to be $1,300, and they're like, oh, you know what though? I think maybe I'm good. Like maybe I'm fine. Maybe people were looking to upgrade their PC potentially if it in some way competes again with a mid to higher end PC, pre-built PC. Maybe then. But I think you're going to see like a $500 to $600 PS6 up against like a $1,000 to $1,300 Magnus Xbox device. That's like, like I don't. How are we gonna reasonably have a conversation here from a competitive angle? I don't think we will, and I think the fact that Microsoft, I don't know, to me, this is a big deal. The fact that they're pulling out of retail, man. This to me signals something much bigger than just them being done with the console. That's what's weird to me. Like, we're not just talking about Xbox consoles no longer being sold at retail. We're talking about everything related to Xbox. Games, cards, controllers, accessories. Like, that's what's so bizarre to me, where it's like, this is I don't know if I want to jump to the conclusion that Microsoft is like kind of done with the Xbox ecosystem, but it seems like they are. Like, I want to remind people that they are putting out a device, a handheld, where they are telling you, like, you're not going to be able to play the vast majority of your Xbox games on it, your digital library. If it's not Xbox Play Anywhere, you're out of luck. And I'm like, bro, you're asking for like $1,000, and to me that signals that they are seemingly okay with kind of telling you, like, yeah, we're like, you could just play on Steam. Like, you could do that. You can access your entire Steam library on this thing, seemingly. But there's going to be a vast majority of Xbox console games you can't access. That's, like, I'm telling you, like, that to me, that's the signal. That's the signal I'm talking about. Where it's like, bro, you are like practically spiting your own ecosystem right now by doing that. And that's where I think if you were to kind of get a general feedback from Microsoft, it's like, we know, and we're okay with that because we have different ambitions and different goals. And we're not really too worried about that. That to me, I don't know. I just think that's kind of significant. It's an interesting thing that we're seeing unfold right now. And Michael Lynch with the super chat says, you can't take Mark Cerny saying a few years as proof of 3 years. I've heard people say a couple and they meant 3 or 4. People don't always talk literally. And you also say everything leans towards 2027 for PS6. I agree. I agree with that, Michael. I think that you know what I think is happening right now? I think people are kind of projecting their hope a little bit, where it's like people want it to be later than 2027. I think people want this generation to go on longer. People feel like this generation has been kind of weird, but this is why when we talk about the PlayStation 6, Mark Cerny telling you that the PS6 and the technology inside of it is a step change. I'm going to give you the literal definition of what step change means. Okay, step change. It says here, in business or politics, a significant change in policy or attitude, especially one that results in improvement or increase. Okay, so, them using the terminology, Mark Cerny using the terminology step change, and them talking about it in this sense. How do I put it? If you listen to the way Digital Foundry talks about it and Mark Cerny, they word it so much better than I could. They're much smarter than I am. But the best way I could put it is we have hit the wall when it comes to traditional rasterization. And what I'm basically saying in a more translated sense here is, if you look at the way the PS5 was built, the PS5 was built on RDNA 2 technology. RDNA 2 technology was still very much leaning into the more traditional ways of things being done, in terms of, we need more compute units, we need bigger GPU dies, we need bigger APUs, we just need more raw power to get better raw output to create bigger and better games. That is coming to an end. It's like we are literally at that inflection point where that is no longer the case. You cannot just increase the CU count in a GPU. You can't just force your way to bigger and better games through sheer raw power. That comes, again, from traditional rasterization, and you will see uplifts in those instances. Mark Cerny did confirm that. Like, you will see on yes, you will have a better GPU, a more powerful, capable GPU, better CPU, all that stuff. But all these things are basically meant to, the key word is efficiency. Efficiency, efficiency, efficiency. Taking everything that's already here, because we've kind of hit that wall to a degree where it's like, how much more can we really get out of this? It's like, well, actually, we have to change our thinking on that. It's not so much about how much more can we really get out of this in terms of how much can we increase the teraflops and the CU count and all this stuff. It's more about, like, how can we innovate on technologies like machine learning, like things like PSSR, things like the Radiance cores, the things that he's talking about, and the data compression. How can we use this stuff affect how can we get developers to leverage this technology so that way all the things that you once kind of needed to lean on the GPU and the compute units and all this bandwidth being taken up. You want 4K resolution? Massive bandwidth taken up. You want 60 FPS? Oh my God, even more bandwidth taken up. That's going to take up the majority of it. And you want to add ray tracing? Oh, forget it. Like these are things that in the console space anyway. I'm not really talking about the PC space, but these innovations are happening in the PC space too. Obviously, that's where they started. But in the console space, it's like yes, we now are going to go in that direction because I'm going to put it to you this way: when you see the on paper specs for the PS6, people are going to be underwhelmed. They'll be like, this doesn't seem that much more powerful than a PS5 Pro. And that may be true to a certain degree, but what some people are going to underestimate is when you see developers leveraging these technologies for their PlayStation 6 games and you see how much more they can do with those specifications that will still be improved from the PS5 Pro, but not like a massive like quantum leap of like, holy shit, like the PS6 is like 20 times more powerful than the PS5 or those days are over. We're not looking at the PS1, the PS2, PS2 to PS3 transition anymore. Those days they are over. And so it doesn't mean there aren't going to be exciting things that we see next. It's just that they're going to come from a different place than what you would have traditionally expected. And so when Mark Cerny says the PS6 technology is a step change, it means that the PS5 and the PS5 Pro have mainly the PS5. I don't want to speak to the Pro because the Pro's getting like the FSR 4 update for PSSR next year. But generally speaking, like they're going to be moving on from the PS5. But what makes this difficult is that even though the PS6 is a step change and the technology is a step change, the PS5 is still going to be supported for many, many, many years. So regardless of how significant of a step change it is, it really boils down to, I think, one question, and that is, well, two questions: exclusives and third-party next-gen only games. We were expecting something different this generation, and I don't know that we fully got it, but we were kind of saying the same things. Like, what about these exclusives? And like what mind-bending differences can we see with a PS5 only game versus a PS4 game or a cross-gen game? And I'm not saying there aren't differences, but those differences were not as, I guess you could say, monumental as we were expecting. The chances of that changing with this technology with the PlayStation 6, I want to be abundantly clear when I say this because Mark Cerny also said this. We don't know. We don't know. I'm not going to artificially hype anybody up. Neither is Mark Cerny. He's just going to be totally honest and saying, we are confident in this. We believe in this. We believe that the technologies that we're working on, and once we get them in the hands of developers, will produce some very exciting results. Some things that are going to very much be like, oh, this is only possible now and wasn't possible with the PS5, certainly wasn't possible with the PS4. But he's not guaranteeing that because he is saying all this is still in the simulation phase. And at the end of the day, what do we all know? We all know that it boils down to the developers. It's going to be up to the developers to decide how they want to innovate in game design, whether that be in the AAA space, open world games, open world AAA games, like it's ultimately going to be down to the developers. And so it seems like, and before I read this super chat, I just want to say that my read on Mark Cerny, starting with the PS5, even up until now with what he's saying with the PS6, it seems like he has this desire before he retires. He wants to kind of he wants to figure out what the next true major innovation in game design is moving forward. He thought, maybe the SSD and the speed of the SSD and the IO throughput, maybe this is what can do it. It seems like that wasn't the case. Everything he's working on now, it's like something's got to give where like even gamers are looking to AAA game devs still to be like, we want to see some different stuff, like we want to see some level of innovation before it gets too stagnant for too long. And that's the wall that we've hit, like collectively, where it's like, I mean, you see a lot of innovation in the indie space, sure, but in the AAA space, you just kind of see a lot of the same things. And that's not all bad. And that's where GTA 6 still hasn't come out yet. It's going to be really fascinating to see what goes on there. But you could just get this general sense that Mark Cerny, and AMD and Nvidia and all these other players in the game, they want to push things forward, man. And is it kind of like, well, we got to push them forward just for the sake of it? It's starting to turn into that. And that's the big question that we're up against is like, is this just a push forward for the sake of it? Because it's like, come on, guys, we got to keep going. Even though there's nothing really truly meaningful happening here, we got to just keep going. Is it that? Or are we actually going to move forward? Are we actually going to see something, you know, um, that kind of like changes the game, so to speak? Because I love the PlayStation 5 generation and everything, practically everything that Sony promised, I think they mostly delivered on. But are we sitting here 5 years into the generation with these like game changing, like, you know, I can't even believe what I'm seeing right now? Not necessarily. Maybe GTA 6 will do that, but right now it's like, yeah, it's more great shit, and that's fine. Like that's totally, there's nothing wrong with that. But in terms of like really moving the industry forward, that's a that's a crazy challenge, man. That's a crazy challenge. And I think it's very interesting that Mark Cerny in the console space anyway is trying to find a way to do this in that space, and this is why I mentioned exclusives, where I don't know if Sony wanted to be smart about it, they would tell their studios, listen, guys, we want you to make PS6 only exclusives because your games are going to showcase what true next gen looks like for the PS6. And that's why some people think that this is coming way later in like 2028 or something, or even 2029, because Mark Cerny did say that these technologies are still very early on. They're still in the simulation phase, which means they're not even in the hands of developers yet. Which means potentially that the first batch of PS6 games, are there games being worked on right now from PlayStation Studios that are targeting the PS6? If the answer to that is yes, then it's like, well, do they even have, if they don't have access to these technologies yet, how are they supposed to? Well, yeah, Physint. We do know Physint is in very early production. So it's like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what the timeline is for this. I just feel like if Sony really wanted to push these technologies to another level, and convince people that like, here's what we can do, they're going to have to work closely with their developers and hopefully encourage them to make PS6 only games. So we could show you, like, check out Horizon 3. See, it just sounds so unrealistic, but it's like Horizon 3, PS6 only, taking full advantage of every single thing this console can do, and it's going to look like nothing else on the market. Like, that to me, at this point in time, would be the most valuable thing Sony could do for their own business, where it's like, you're in the business of selling consoles. You're in the business of convincing people that this is it's going to be worth it to upgrade to the PS6. I'm not sure. I'm not sure which direction they're going to go in. But so you were wearing my underwear. It says AMD won't jeopardize the billions they make in PC. What do you mean by that? Like, are you referring to how, like, they're partnering with Sony, or? Here's what's going to happen to the first 3 or 4 years of the PS6 gen. You're going to see the last gen games getting 120 FPS and 4K upgrades. Well, yeah, I don't think. This is such a hard thing to kind of read because we don't know how far out Sony's looking right now. Like, when Mark Cerny says this is a step change, that very, very, very heavily insinuates that this technology they're developing or co-developing with AMD, with Amethyst, that will be in the PS6, is going to be tech that it's not just PS6 technology. It's going to be PlayStation 7 technology, PlayStation 8 technology. And that sounds wild because it's like, whoa, we're not even at the PS6 yet. But when he says step change, like you can almost kind of view the first 5 generations of PlayStation hardware as like it's following you're not seeing a step change from one console to the next. In fact, the closest thing you could have seen to an actual step change was with the PS3, but that was a bad one and like the worst kind because it was like proprietary practically. You know, they made a super difficult to develop for console. Apparently the PS2 with the Emotion engine that had some difficulties as well. Apparently that thing was kind of like an enigma, but because the PS2 sold so well, every developer's like, well, we got to figure this shit out. Um, so I don't know. It's kind of, you could maybe make the argument that the step change occurred with the PS4, continued to the PS5, but then the wall was hit much quicker. Where if the wall with the PS3 was hit, where we can't keep going the direction of making custom consoles that are difficult to develop for because it's starting to backfire, and that's not what devs want. Devs want easier to develop for hardware. You start that step change begins with the PS4, continues with the PS5, but then with the PS5 it's like, oh, we already kind of hit that wall, so now we have to go now once again in another direction, even further out into the direction of like, how do we make it even easier, right? So I don't know, man. When I hear Mark Cerny talk about this stuff, like he clearly has this vision, him and AMD, and you know, they're trying their best to convey. The problem with Mark Cerny talking right now is he can't, and even when he talks about the PlayStation 6, he can't speak in definites because that's not how this works. You know, even when he was talking about the SSD speed inside of the PS5 back in 2020, he wasn't talking in absolutes. He was saying this is his hope for what it'll do. And so it's just interesting to see that kind of put out there where it's like I want to believe in certain things that we can expect to see, but even Mark Cerny's saying like we got to see what devs do first. But I'm just so curious to see how they execute on this. Say we're wearing my underwear says as in make tech for PlayStation that makes PC hardware obsolete. Oh well, that's the big thing, and this is where I think you can start to see the bigger picture notion here, where one of the things that was discussed very distinctly is that the technology, all these things that were mentioned, like I don't know if this kind of dawned on everybody, but none of the technology that was referenced in this video that they put out is proprietary to PlayStation or exclusive to PlayStation. They even made it clear that like this is technology that Sony wants this to proliferate. That's the fascinating part about this. When Mark Cerny says it's a step change, I also think that there's a part of it almost from a high business level at Sony where I think Sony wants to kind of encourage, I think, everybody, as in every developer, to start leveraging this technology because it is going to benefit.
WHT, I can tell you from my geekness is that UKNW Unreal software DNT compress very well even if you have CPU and GPU today, so AI tech will.
That did come through. You're saying that Unreal software does not compress very well even if you have CPU and GPU. So basically, Perfect Image, you're saying that the third part of what Mark Cerny was talking about, the data compression block, like that I think the way Digital Foundry referred to as like a kind of black box. You know, I wonder if that could be a direct result where like what's one of the biggest things one of the biggest issues we're seeing with games, maybe it is compression. A lot of games being made in Unreal Engine 5. It's a huge problem. But that's the beauty of it, right? Is like this technology that Sony's developing. I mean, this is quite literally going in the, I think I keep focusing on the word step change, but it's like the PS6 is going to be the polar opposite of the PS3, dude. From a hardware standpoint, in terms of the PS6 is probably going to be the easiest console, the simplest to develop for console ever made. ever. And it's going to have technology in it that and this is the beauty of it, that every developer should be familiar with and be able to take advantage of. So, like, Sony will call it, this is why I was saying, like, Sony will call it PSSR, but it's basically FSR, right? In the Pro. It's FSR4 being retrofitted for the PS5 Pro. But whatever the next, whatever FSR5 is going to be, that'll probably be PSSR 2.0 or 3.0 for the PS6. But the beauty of that is it's in the name of like we want every developer to like figure out how to use this. And so all these things, the radiance cores, the the data compression, all these things that they're working on, the neural arrays, these are things that, yes, you're going to see on PC. And developers who are making games for PC are going to leverage it. But that's the thing. Like, they're going to be using it for PlayStation 6 as well. Nintendo, I mean, they're using NVIDIA tech, but I think by the time we get to like the PS6, the tech that's in the Switch 2 is, I don't know. I haven't been following that too closely, but so you're wearing my underwear says, I know that, but it's mainly for weaker hardware. Well, yeah, because that's the thing. This is all happening at the same time where, things are getting more expensive, including consoles, including PC components. These things are not getting cheaper. And it's not simply just due to the current economic situation. There's more to it than that. But that's like, again, all these things are happening at once. I think we could be looking at a situation ultimately where Sony and AMD are looking to basically streamline game development across the board. And if they can do that, I think that's going to be a crazy fucking thing to achieve, because I mean, we know there's going to be different engines, and one of the things Mark Cerny mentioned is he's really excited to see, I think the terminology he used with Digital Foundry is how leveled up. I think that's the way he said it. How leveled up these developers and their game engines will become once they start bringing these technologies into their engines and incorporating them. And I'm super fascinated by that as well, man, because it just, I don't know, it feels like this generation, one of the reasons it's been so awkward is because it's like, yeah, if you look at a game, if you look at, let me think of a good example right now. Well, there aren't too many cross-gen games releasing these days, but if you look at something like I don't know, what's a cross-gen game that released somewhat recently, like a AAA cross-gen game. I don't know why I'm drawing a blank right now. Was Mafia? I don't think Mafia was I don't think that was a PS4 game, was it? Right? Or well, no, Battlefield 6 actually isn't cross-gen. Shockingly. Helldivers 2 is not cross-gen. Horizon Forbidden West is, but I was trying to think more of like a third party. But I guess like we've seen examples of like games that they're made cross-gen and the current gen versions run pretty well, but then like the PS4 version or whatever runs horribly. Or even if we're just, yeah, okay, you could do Metal Gear Solid Delta. It's not a PS4 game. I guess it doesn't really matter if it's cross-gen. Maybe we could just do PC and console. Maybe that's the better way to view it. PC and console, developers are seemingly beginning to have a hard time in some instances with console to optimize it to the degree where you would expect it. Traditionally, consoles have been known to be better optimized for than PC, because with PC, there's just way more configurations. So there's a lot more to consider, and it's just going to take a lot more time. With console, there's usually one, but sometimes two. But now we're starting to see a little bit of that, kind of crop up, with the PS5 Pro, where it's like, And so I think, don't know, man. I'm trying to just look at this from a really wide angle here. I think we are in the process of seeing a blending of PC technology and console technology, and kind of like truly just making it one unified thing. Um, Except, the PS6, it's not going to be a PC, right? It's going to be a console. But I think the defining nature of like, well, what's going to make this a console and not a PC? I think it's going to be like, well, it's a closed ecosystem. That's all. That's it. Like, you could get a PC that does the exact thing that the PS6 does, but you don't have access to the PlayStation Store. You don't have the ecosystem. You just have the hardware, and you have other storefronts that you can have access to. So, I think some people don't realize that the stuff that Sony's working on right now, and this is going to be the big shocker, I think, for some people, they don't know this, and I get it because it's just not what you would expect. Dude, Sony, whatever this technology that Sony and AMD are cooking up, Microsoft's going to be able to use it in Xbox Magnus. Like, it's Nintendo could use it if they wanted to. This is not going to be exclusive to PlayStation. And that, I think, is kind of the part that some people don't really fully understand here, is that like this partnership and this collaboration, it's something it seems like it's something that Sony did in the name of potentially the long-term health of game development as a whole, and not necessarily just about, you know, their own hardware ecosystem. Because, their own hardware ecosystem will benefit from this, but so will others. So will others. If they choose to adopt it. So you were wearing my underwear, you're saying, bro, you're eating up the SSD stuff again. NVIDIA and AMD are always pushing things. Cerny helps out. And you saying PlayStation is changing the industry, get a grip. Well, no. I don't know if I'm conveying myself correctly. I'm saying that I think Sony is on board with that. Like, I think NVIDIA and AMD, they're kind of in an arms race. And I mean, you look at how valuable both of those companies are, especially NVIDIA, and that they just, they're well above Sony. I think Sony's just identified that like it would be more benefit. Well, certainly it's beneficial for them, right? It has to be mutually beneficial, or why would they do it? It's not going to be detrimental. But I think that they just kind of realize like we should probably get in on the ground floor here and partake in this, even if it's just sending our own dude, like we're just going to send Mark Cerny out there on behalf of us, I'm not saying that Sony's changing the industry. I'm saying that I think Sony is changing in the sense that they have done a complete 180 with the PS2, PS3. It's like proprietary, in the name of a closed ecosystem. And we don't give a shit how difficult it is to develop for. We're PlayStation. We're going to sell well. You're going to want to sell your game on our storefront, and you're going to have to figure it out. I think Sony is now leaning in the opposite direction entirely, where it's like they seemingly identify that, not that I think consoles are going away or that they're becoming less relevant, but just that almost in all areas, like the wall has been hit. And it's like, listen, if you choose to make your console, if not difficult to develop for, more like bespoke, I guess, to use the terminology that Digital Foundry uses, developers are, you might end up setting your console back. You might end up having a hard time. You might end up getting left behind in a sense, where it's like even Microsoft just basically is making a PC. Like literally, like they're just making a PC, bro. They made a PC APU with Magnus. And so in that instance, it's like Sony, I think, recognizes that you kind of have two options. You either go in this direction, which is you got to just embrace that these days of making these super custom special sauce, under the hood, what's going on in there, making that kind of hardware, those days are over unless you want to be Nintendo. And Nintendo is able to do what they're doing because, well, frankly, they are putting out a genuinely unique hardware ecosystem that nothing else really compares to it. So, in a sense. Um, and we don't know if that's going to, for all we know, in the long run, that could bite Nintendo in the ass. We don't know. It's not biting them in the ass now. It didn't bite them in the ass last gen. But you start to imagine, what's the Switch 3 look like? What's the Switch 4 look like? That's when things get a little bit more like, okay, well, at what point is Nintendo gonna kind of have to, like, at what point is all this just gonna kind of end up in the same place? It seems like for the majority of it, we're kind of, we're just about there. We're very close to being there. Um, but that's the thing. So you were wearing around where it's not Sony that'll change the industry. It's not Sony. It's not, AMD necessarily. It's not Mark Cerny. It's the culmination of everything that's being created, technologically speaking, going in the hands. It's the developers. That's what's going to change the industry, is the developers, because all this stuff, for as great as it sounds, if developers can't find ways to properly utilize it and do something meaningful with it, then what that means is we're just going to stay where we are. Things are going to look a little bit better. Things are going to run better. Things are going to sound better, but it's still the same, And I think that this is the natural way of things, because think about it. Like, when you were looking at the graphical leap from the PS2 to the PS3, I mean, you could see, like, people would look at that and be like, wow, that's nuts. Like, if you look at, something like MGS3 running on the PS2, or no, even MGS2 running on the PS2 versus MGS4 running on the PS3, I mean, that's like, holy shit, dude. Like, people were like blown away by that, because it's such a massive, demonstrable, just like in your face, like, difference. That is not the case anymore. And it hasn't been for seemingly most of this generation. And I think that's kind of the struggle, that it's not necessarily that developers are having, because the truth is, I think developers, that they want their games to look good, obviously, but that's more of like that is a hardware problem. Like, that is a problem for any company that wants to sell hardware in any progressive sense. Like, we want to keep selling more hardware. We want to make new hardware and sell it to you. This is why people look at the PS5 Pro and they're like, I don't get it. Like, I'm not seeing much of a difference. And to be fair, there are certainly games that if you see it running on the PS5 Pro versus a base PS5, you can see the difference. However, there are also many where you struggle to see as much of a difference. And in fact, some people, if they're not really tuned in, they'll just be like, that looks the same. That's the problem, man, is like, Sony needs something well beyond that to convince people to buy a PS6. And, PC component manufacturers, they need that too, to a degree. And I think that's kind of where the mutually beneficial part comes in between Sony and AMD, where it's like, yes, AMD also needs to show good results, with new GPUs, and like, check these features out, guys. And here's why you're going to want to go out and buy another new GPU to put in your PC, because look at how much better it looks. Now, granted, the PC market has been conditioned to kind of be on board with that for many, many years now, the whole time, basically. You're starting to see how it's becoming more of a struggle for, the console side, because, again, the console side has been able to rely on these massive leaps that, like, all we got to do is just show you, like, here's a PS3 game, here's a PS4 game. That's all we have to do. That's all we have to show you. I feel like with the PS6, what is changing is it's not going to be that simple, especially knowing that cross-gen is going to be around for a long time. I don't think it's going to be as simple as, here's a game running on PS6 and people are going to be like, hell yeah, I'm running out to buy the PS6. I think people are going to be scrutinizing it. I mean, I think there's a reason why, when you look back at the last Sony showcase, one of the biggest talking points from that was people scrutinizing certain aspects of the Spider-Man 2 gameplay where it's like, look at these walls, look at the textures on these walls and like look at how similar they look and all this. And like there's just like this incredible layer of scrutiny. And it's understandable because Sony is like, they're trying to continue to do generations and move things forward. And in doing that, also ask for more money from us, where it's like, we want you to be excited to upgrade, and we also want you to pay for the upgrade too. And so it's just a natural push and pull dynamic where people are going to start to ask, like, is this really going to be worth it? This to me is why I'm so damn curious. This isn't about like blowing smoke and drinking the Kool-Aid, so to speak, and just buying into everything. But this is just like, I think Mark Cerny and AMD and anybody, even Nvidia, anybody who's involved in this space, like they want. There's this feeling I get. There's this sense where they all kind of talk as if we are on the verge of something. We're like we're close. We're not quite there. We're going through the growing pains. We're going through the painful stage, the transitional stage, but we're on the verge of something. That's the sense I get with all of this. And AI is obviously at the center of that. Machine learning is at the center of that. And I am just dying to know what this looks like, man, because it's I don't know that I don't think it's going to be just like Sony that comes out and shows a game as like, look at what Naughty Dog did with the machine learning and the AI and all this tech and the Radiance cores. Look at what Naughty Dog did with this game. I don't know that it's going to work like that. I mean, I'm expecting that's like what GTA 6 is going to be. The reason why I'm saying I'm not sure Naughty Dog's going to do that is because I think Naughty Dog, they're going to be bringing out Intergalactic. That's a PS5 game. GTA 6 is it also is a PS5 game, but GTA 6 is supposed to be that game I'm describing, but it's coming at, I feel like GTA 6 may end up being kind of like the swan song in a sense, where it's like, it'll be the last game that is like pushing the boundary. Like it's not the last game, but like this game is the upper limit of what we could achieve with everything that's here now. And because of that, you think about how long it took to get GTA 6. Again, GTA 5 was a PS3 game, bro. I mean, I think there's a reason why when Mark Cerny and when Digital Foundry were talking to him, they're like, we're calling this a step change because this is going to be something that, it's not something that persists for just a singular generation or singular generation for GPUs and CPUs coming out of AMD and NVIDIA going forward. Like it's something this is the new way forward. And it's going to be for at least another decade, probably multiple decades. And that to me is kind of crazy to think about because it's like, yeah, dude, we are seemingly witnessing the very beginnings of like a complete shift. And I do think GTA 6 may end up being kind of like that's the swan song of like, this is going to be it's going to seem like such a futuristic game, but in the next 5 to 6 years, we're going to be seeing technology come out that's going to do shit in games, potentially, if I'm being optimistic about it. That developers are going to start doing stuff with their games that are like, bro, what? Like, how is this? Like, and I'm not just talking about visually, I'm talking about like game design wise, where it's like, dude, how is this possible? What is going on here? What's going on? Like, what are you guys doing? How are you leveraging these new tools and this new technology to make this a thing? That to me is, I think, what the industry as a whole needs to see and is hoping to see. And again, GTA 6 might be, I think, our first glimpse into that, but still constrained by it's still a game that was developed, with the old way of doing things, or the way that's going to be getting left behind soon. If that makes sense. I don't know if I'm making much sense here. But so you're wearing my underwear says PS6 launch equals then AMD new CPU/GPU does it 5 times faster? Probably. Well, see, that's the thing. The way AMD and Sony have kind of been doing this is one goes first and then the other. That seems to be the way it's been working. Where it's like, I think Sony with the PS5 Pro, they were able to be like, we have some RDNA 4-esque technology, that's that's baked into the PS5 Pro for ray tracing. And it's a nice marketing beat. It sounds exciting because it makes it sound cutting edge. But then you realize, 4 to 5 months later, the next generation of the next generation of AMD GPUs and CPUs are out, and it's like, yeah, all that's full RDNA 4, that's full FSR 4, and then then you're gonna see it. Sony, they're gonna get FSR 4 in PSSR 2.0 in 2026, and so it's a kind of back and forth thing here, and yeah, I don't know, man, because we talk about everything that's going to be in the PS6, and here's the key thing, though. So you were wearing my underwear. The key thing for me is kind of like what we're seeing with FSR 4, where the PS5 Pro getting an update to PSSR, which will bring, as Mark Cerny put it, the full fat version of FSR 4. That's unprecedented in the console space. It's nothing new this has been going on in the PC space for years now, but this is the first time where it's like, if you bought a console, there's an actual update that's going to go live for this console, for technology that this console uses, that will go live for all developers, and they can now start using it. And what that means is you're actually going to see games get better in real time. Now, it's a bit of an illusion, though. It's a little bit of an illusion. And the reason I say it's a little bit of an illusion is because that is the step change. Previously, what I'm describing, here's what it looked like previously. Look at a PS3 game at the beginning of the generation versus the end of the generation. Look at Uncharted 1 versus, The Last of Us on PS3. We still saw that. This isn't new in the sense of, we're seeing improvements, in games that are coming later in the generation than the ones we got early in the generation. It's not that. It's that this is the new way to, I guess you could say, facilitate those improvements, right? To allow for these greater gains that previously it came down to squeezing more out of the hardware. Now, granted, devs could, I think, still do that if they wanted to, but it seems that the way development pipelines work these days, it's just not how big games have gotten, and especially AAA games, and how much is going into them. It seems like that's just not the keyword being efficient. That's not the efficient way to do it anymore. Maybe it was never the efficient way. Maybe this is just the solution to allowing for these greater gains. And yes, like anything that's going to be available on PC, it's going to be, you'll be able to get things that are better on PC. You'll probably continue to have to pay for it. The big thing that we can't lose sight of with the PS6, and this is why, I have no intention of trying to oversell the PS6, because I think there's going to be a lot of people that are like, bro, I'm fine with PS5, and I'm not going to tell you otherwise. That's not my job. That's going to be Sony's job. Obviously, I'll support the PS6. I run a channel here. It's in my best interest to do that, but I do have some level of excitement for it. But it's Sony's job. Even I'm curious, like, Sony, how are you going to sell me on this, bro? Like, I'm looking at Wolverine. I'm like, that shit looks amazing. I mean, I'm looking at Demon Souls using PSSR on my PS5, and I'm like, this looks fucking wild, like how good this looks. So I'm like, Sony, I'm all eyes, all ears. Show me what you got. And that, I think that just goes for the developers as too, where it's like, show me what you got. We have a Captain Hook here with a super chat. Thank you for that, buddy. He says, I owned every Sony console since the PS1, and for the first time, I have no excitement for PS6. They're really going to have to show some better games than the PS5 gen. And I feel like, Captain Hook, you're not the only person who feels that way. Remember what I said. I haven't talked much about it at all this stream, and I don't want to keep going on repeat here, because I know I'm repeating a lot of what I said. But Captain Hook, I want to ask you, You don't have to super chat it. I'll try to catch you in the regular chat. But how do you feel about the PlayStation handheld that's seemingly going to launch with the PS6? It'll be like a PS6 handheld, which will ultimately be like a native PS5 handheld in a sense. How do you feel about that? Because when you say you have no excitement for the PS6, I suspect you're talking about the home console, and you are far from the only person I've seen express that, which is what makes this conversation um, so interesting. Because I feel like the conversation from the PS4 to the PS5 was not so much like this. I think there was more. You're definitely interested in the handheld. You travel a lot. See that right there, Captain Hook. I think that's Sony's. I think that's their clincher, man. I think that is how they plan on getting people on board. Where it's like, I think Sony's going to turn to you, Captain Hook, and say, you know what, bro? If what you just saw today does not seem like it's worth it to upgrade to the PS6 home console, well, take a look at our PlayStation 6 handheld. And hopefully that'll interest you. And maybe for somebody like you and a lot of others out there, they're like, yeah, dude, I'm good with my PS5 or my PS5 Pro. I don't want to upgrade that anytime soon. I want that handheld. I want that handheld held now. And maybe Sony's idea is like, cool, man. Enjoy the handheld. Enjoy all the games that you can play on the go now natively. And then maybe like 3 or 4 years from now, maybe then you'll upgrade to the PS6 home console. Maybe then it'll be time. I really think this is the strategy. And if you think about it, like that's such a smart strategy because it's like, dude, what else could you do? What else if even if they did do exclusive games right out of the gate, they could do that, but I feel like it's just like, that's so dangerous in a sense where it's like, I don't know, man. You don't want the conversation to turn on you. Where it's like, Sony, you put God of War Ragnarok and Horizon Forbidden West on PS4 last gen, but now you're locking the next God of War, the next Horizon, the next Spider-Man, and all these new games. You're locking all of them to the PS6. You're just trying to force me. I hate you. Stop forcing me. I don't know if that's how the conversation would go, but it might, and it would have precedence because it's like, yeah, Sony did give you these games cross-gen last gen. Now they're saying no more. So there is precedence for that expectation, and it would be reasonable for people to be upset if Sony ripped the rug out from under them. This is why I'm saying this handheld, I think, solves that problem, dude. Maybe I'm completely wrong though. Maybe I'm totally overestimating it. Yeah, COVID messed everything up too, no doubt about that. And New Soul 9, thank you again for another $20 super chat, man. I appreciate it. You're saying, MBG, you are on point 100. Even the Magnus report says AI would do the majority of the heavy lifting. I argue that this tech will make it where the PS7 or any new hardware won't be necessary for a very long time. Yeah, and that's kind of that's why I do wonder, like I mentioned something like the PS7 and the PS8 and future hardware. I mean, maybe if we're trying to telegraph this as far out as we can, maybe a part of this is simply Sony is expecting their hardware output to begin to look something more similar to PC. But that's a risky one though, because it's like I guess what I'm trying to say here is if we're having trouble identifying what the major differences are between PS4 and PS5 with games, and then that becomes even more difficult with PS5 to PS6, I mean, then what are we even looking at with the idea of a PS7 years from now? But see, that's where it's like maybe Sony will just start to output hardware, PlayStation hardware, more frequently. Where like maybe Sony will adopt this model of like, we're not going to be doing generational leaps anymore. We're just going to keep doing iterations. I don't know. I mean, it's something that is so hard to telegraph because the way it looks right now is it's going to be another, I don't want to use the word traditional because more, I guess like there's a specific word I'm looking for. I can't find it. for lack of a better term, I will just say a more traditional console generation launch where they're going to have a PS6. You assume they're going to have a showcase and they're going to have PS6 titles that they're going to be showing off and hyping you up for. We're like, check this out. Check out the new hardware. Check out the new games for the hardware. Get excited. Next gen is here. But I think there's going to be so many caveats with that, where it's like, yes, everything you saw will be cross gen. Yes, we do have a handheld that's basically a portable PlayStation 6 if you don't want the home console. Yes, a lot of these technologies are not going to be exclusive to PlayStation game development and PlayStation hardware development. They're going to be everywhere. In fact, they're just AMD technologies, and they're going to be even available on the Xbox Magnus. And I think when you factor in all of those things, it starts to paint this picture of like, is this the final generation for PlayStation? Where it's not that they can't do more hardware. Obviously, they can. Like, there can be better hardware that comes out, or more efficient hardware that comes out at any point beyond the PlayStation 6. But the idea of like, okay, so we're gonna wait like another 7 to 8 years. I don't know. Like, I don't even know if there's a point in doing that based off of what we're seeing. But then again, there's a lot here I still don't know. There's a lot here that I don't know in terms of what we're looking at in terms of like, how much of a game changer this AI and machine learning and the overall focus on efficiency. I don't know how this changes the game dev environment and what future innovations between Sony and AMD and Nvidia doing their own thing. I don't know what those future innovations are going to yield and what that's going to look like. So there is still, no matter how much we do know, there's even more we don't know. But yeah, man, it's exciting times. I at least to a degree. I think for a lot of people, there's concern. I think there's concern about the more traditional console model going away for some. I think for others, the concern is just that we are kind of stuck and we're going to stay stuck, and something like the PS6 and the Xbox Magnus are not going to do anything, and that's possible as well. Nintendo isn't really helping the matter because they're just kind of like embracing, like Nintendo is so hard to talk about with this conversation because they are, I mean, their hardware, the Switch 2 is like going to be not even in the conversation, I think, a lot of times with the PS6, but I don't know if the Switch 2 is selling so well. You know what I don't understand?
MBG PlayStation is going to go backwards compatibility. Yes, PS6 will be exclusive to the console and handheld. That how the Portal is doing now. Look at Plus.
So you're saying they're going to do backwards compatibility. The PS6 will be exclusive to the console and the handheld. That's how the Portal's doing now. Well, yeah, perfect image. But the big difference here, though, with the PlayStation 6 handheld versus the Portal is the PS6 handheld, dude, is I mean, this is going to be like this is going to be as expensive as a console. The Portal can be sold for $200 and treated like an expensive accessory ultimately, or add-on to the experience. The handheld PS6 is going to flat out be like, again, if the rumor we heard is true, which I think it is true because it comes from a good source, who leaked the entire APU, Moore's Law's dead. The leak claims that this handheld will be dockable, straight up dockable. In other words, you don't have to buy a PS6 home console to use, to have that home console experience. Like, you can just, I mean, dude, I feel like it seems kind of obvious, but like, this PlayStation handheld is meant to go after the Switch 2. I think that's obviously what it is. It's Sony being like, listen, it's been a long time since we've been in the handheld space. We're feeling more confident now because people want handhelds, and the Portal did well. The Switch was the best-selling hardware last gen. The Switch 2 is off to a stellar start, in terms of how well it's selling. I think Sony's like, we can do that too. We could do that too. And I am, God, I'm telling you, the fucking wild card for next gen is it. Don't be surprised, guys. I'm gonna say this now. A little slight prediction, I guess. Don't be surprised if the hyper focus of next generation, like the main focal point and topic of conversation for PlayStation, isn't the PlayStation 6 home console. Don't be surprised if everybody is like just completely focused on the handheld, and the PlayStation 6 home console is just kind of like not an afterthought, but like secondary to that, where people will still talk about it, but it's like that, yeah, but that's not really what we're hyped for. Like that's just like, okay, yeah, it's the PS6 is everything we expected, and that's great, and that's fine, and that's well, but holy shit, this handheld, you know what I mean? Like I think that's what it's going to end up looking. You think I'm wrong? I could be wrong about that, Irvin. I could be wrong, but it really depends on how Sony positions it, because if Sony like goes hard in the paint with marketing the shit out of this handheld and they really try to go after Nintendo, like, I guess what I'm trying to say is if Sony makes it clear through their marketing and their messaging that this is the alternative to the Switch 2, and they're showing like, here's fucking Kratos, the new God of War running on the PlayStation handheld, and here's called Battlefield or whatever, like Battlefield 6 running. Here's GTA 6 running on the PlayStation handheld. Here's God of War. Here's The Last of Us remake, remaster, part 2 again, whatever. Like they show all this shit running on the handheld, and then they show you, oh, and here you go, you could dock it. And then they show somebody sitting down. They place that handheld down, and then they sit down with the DualSense in their hand or something. I feel like for people that's going to be like, holy shit, like this is the PlayStation Switch ultimately. And I don't know if that's something people would actually be excited about, but I just think it's the idea that because I want you to think about this for just a second. If there was any company that could conceivably actually try to go toe to toe with Nintendo in terms of like, we want to start going after some of that market share aggressively, and like not in a niche way, not where like, oh, we just want to sell 4 million units. I'm talking like we want to sell tens of millions of units. Who could do that? I think Sony's the one, dude. I'm like, it of course depends on if they have exclusives or not, but I think Sony would be the one. And I'm not saying they would catch Nintendo, by the way, to be clear. I don't think they would outsell them, but I think that they could. I think that Sony is the one that could make somebody, when they're like shopping on Amazon looking for a handheld, or like looking, they just want to buy like a new console. Suddenly, I think things change when, Nintendo's not the only one offering a hybrid handheld. I think if Sony offers that as well at a similar price point, that's the key here, a similar price point with their own set of games and massive third-party support. I don't know, man. I think that I think that would be something. I can't really predict what exactly it would be, but it would be something, and I think it would be slightly unexpected. I think that's what I can say. It would be unexpected, but I think welcome. Generic white male, a member for 19 months. Thank you, buddy. Says, will Sony follow its current exclusivity plan for PS6, or will they release games as a service across all? I think games as a service will go to everything. Yeah, I don't think Sony's gonna. To me, that would make no sense for them to walk back the game as a service thing, because it just doesn't make sense for the health of the game either. I think just the real question is the studios that are labeled single player for Sony, what their plan is for those titles. When is Ghost of Yotei going to go to PC? Wolverine's coming out at the end of next year, but when will that go to PC? What I don't know. So, something is changing a little bit with Sony. Something has changed, but that change seems to coincide with this ramp up to getting ready for next gen. And I don't know I don't know what their plan is exactly here. They haven't made it like they have made certain things clear, but they've also made it clear that they will change and pivot on a dime. So my best guess, generic white male, is I would assume that everything we see now is how it will continue to be. They will do PlayStation console exclusives will exist and cross-gen exclusives will exist, and most of these games will eventually make their way to PC, but there's no time frame for that. And games as a service will be multi-platform because they need a large player base. I think that's how it's going to be. I think it's that simple. But obviously there is still the question of even if if that's not true, then what else are they going to change? And we have Raven X0. Thank you for the super chat, buddy. He says the PS6 handheld is for those who fancy mobility, those who travel a lot in and big markets like Japan, which they need to do good again there. Yeah, and I keep forgetting that, Raven. That's like a big thing that I continue to forget and just, completely leave out of the conversation is the fact that Sony has kind of lost the market in Japan, and they've completely lost it to Nintendo. And that is because of the handheld nature of the Switch. And you do have to wonder I talk about how big of a difference the PlayStation 6 handheld could be in terms of just here's an alternative option to next gen. Like you're saying, those who care about portability or mobility. But then there is the fact that this thing has the potential to skyrocket in Japan. Hold on one sec. Sorry about that. But yeah, Raven, Sony does need to do something about their home territory because Nintendo is completely taken over there. And I do think that yes, providing a proper handheld experience, that could be all that really needs to happen in order for them to viably compete in that market once again and kind of start pushing back against Nintendo and their home turf. And we also have Ivor Okard. Sorry if I just destroyed your name, buddy, but I do appreciate the super chat. He says, I feel the interfacing and utilizing software/hardware of console/PC has arrived. True next-gen hybrid technology. I feel there could be monitors designed for PS6 too, exclusives that PS5 held back. That's an interesting take. I've thought about that. I've thought about the idea of like Sony holding back some of their games potentially to try to like encourage developers to be like, we want you to make your game a PS6 game. We want your game to leverage this technology, this next gen technology. One of the studios that I firmly believe will be doing this is Insomniac. And I don't think it's going to be Wolverine. I think now, this is a tough one because it's like I think Venom will be a game that is going to be prepared to be there at the launch of the PlayStation 6. I think Venom will be a game that is going to be a showcase of a lot of these things, a lot of this next gen tech. And it's gonna be, Insomniac's very talented. They did this at the beginning of the PS5 generation. Like they know how to take advantage of stuff very quickly. But the real question, and this is like the big one, will Venom be a PlayStation 6 only title? I think the answer to that is no. I think Venom will certainly be a cross-gen title. And I don't think Venom is going to be as much of a potential system seller as Miles Morales was for the PS5, because I do think, again, like a lot of people, if they see that this game is going to be PS5 and PS5 Pro enhanced, I think they're going to think, oh, this game looks awesome. And I know they're showing me the PS6 version, but I'm just going to buy the PS5 version because it probably looks just as good. Yeah, this is where when we talk about the idea of like, what titles? Because even at the PS5, even when Sony was doing cross-gen, they had Demon Souls, they had Ratchet and Clank, they had titles that were like, Returnal, like just PS5. I really wonder what games could they have and from what studios that are like, you guys, we want your game PS6 only. I mean, a Blue Point remake of some kind seems like the most obvious one. But yeah, will there be another? I don't think they'll have another Ratchet and Clank ready to go by the time the PS6 comes out. I don't think they would make Venom PS6 only. I mean, they could if they wanted to go crazy. Will any of these games actually be able to showcase what the PS6 is capable of? There's a lot of really interesting stuff coming up. I mean, we're talking about next-gen hybrid technology, and you mentioned that there might be monitors designed for the PS6 too. I mean, yeah, there's a lot that Sony could. I mean, Sony could basically just follow the exact playbook that they did for the PS5, because that's what they did with the PS5. They're like, here are monitors for the PS5. They could do that. Absolutely. Oh, I mean, that's a dream, right? A Bloodborne remake for the PS6 launch. Dude, I just don't believe it. Apparently, they're not doing anything. Yeah, Gran Turismo 8 could be a good one, by the way. But that may still be years away. But, we talked a lot about the PS6 and we're talking a lot about Mark Cerny, but like kind of like shifting gears a little bit and going back towards the Microsoft direction. I think one of the biggest differences you're going to see here, guys, when we talk about going into 2027 and beyond, I think you're going to see that like the greatest difference between Sony's hardware, the PlayStation 6 home console, the PlayStation 6 handheld, and Microsoft's hardware, Xbox Magnus, whatever, that's going to end up looking like. The biggest difference here is one of these two is going to make it very, very, very clear that we have created a piece of hardware and a device that is meant to sell tens of millions of units, potentially 100 million units. The other has created a piece of hardware that will be lucky if it sells 10 million units or 15 million. And that's going to become very clear very quickly. I think you're going to naturally see people try to make comparisons, but, I think you're going to see Sony basically doubling down on the console market or the hardware market in terms of trying to have an ecosystem with multiple pieces of hardware that can sell in different areas for different reasons. But it all kind of comes back to that one ecosystem. I think you're going to see that with Sony. I think that's clear. I think with Microsoft, like we were saying at the beginning of the stream, I think Microsoft is getting ready to make an exit. Now, there are a couple of things here I have to read to you guys. All right. Here's the first. So it says, this is in regards to what we were saying about Mark Cerny saying it is a step change. Sony Interactive Entertainment and AMD dropped a major update to their Project Amethyst collaboration this past week in a video featuring PlayStation lead architect Mark Cerny and AMD SVP and GM of Computing and Graphics Group Jack Huna. I don't know if I'm saying his name correctly. The duo presented three major new features: neural arrays, radiance cores, and universal compression, which will be coming to future AMD GPUs and consoles like the PlayStation 6. The video was only about 9 minutes long, though, and inevitably left viewers with plenty of questions. Thankfully, Digital Foundry got a few answers from Mark Cerny via an email Q&A and posted them in their latest video where they discussed it. So it says, firstly, when asked about the change in Sony's hardware and software strategy from the PlayStation 5 Pro to the next console, or the PS6, Mark Cerny said Project Amethyst would bring about a monumental shift. Quote, "We've shifted our focus substantially. In the past, we were largely creating custom technologies just for PlayStation platforms. But now with Project Amethyst, we're placing substantially more of a focus on co-engineering and co-development with AMD on their roadmap hardware and libraries. That change will have a very large impact because when developers can create their technology with the understanding that it will work across multiple platforms such as desktops, laptops, consoles, etc., there will be much larger pickup of new features. So I believe we'll see outsized impact from the technologies announced this past week." Having said that, the PlayStation lead architect also admitted that any sort of quantification of the benefits brought by technologies like universal compression and radiance cores will have to wait until game developers actually implement them into their engines when it comes to the former, or have access to the new hardware when it comes to the latter. Quote, "With these technologies, we know the great stuff is coming, but it's difficult or impossible to quantify. For universal compression, I have high hopes for synergies with machine learning. For example, FSR and PSSR are recurrent neural networks that write feature maps to system memory. How well will those feature maps compress? Radiance cores are similar. They are obviously a great way to do the processing, but I suspect we'll need to get prototypes into the hands of game developers to understand the degree to which they will be able to, quote, level up their engines." And so I think it says here, indeed, in the announcement video, blah, blah, blah. So those are some of the answers, that Mark Cerny gave directly to Digital Foundry. And I wanted to make sure to read that just so I could get those quotes in there, because I've been talking about it, obviously, and discussing it. But for anybody who wanted the actual quotes, hold on, I'm closing a couple of these. Okay. Now, in regards to the situation with Walmart and Target, this was actually put up by Irfan over on the PS5 Reddit. Thank you for that, buddy. It says Target and Walmart are reportedly pulling their Xbox console stock and remodeling their electronic sections to feature only PlayStation and Nintendo products. All right, we're going to read this, but I got to let Luna out. She's scratching my door. Hold on. All right, sorry about that. Getting back on topic here. So it says both stores have begun removing their Xbox stock en masse, according to several staff members and customers. Quote, "On Wednesday, the Target I work for has removed all Xbox games, and I'm pretty sure it will be store-wide. All the games have been discontinued and will most likely go clearance. After all these years of selling Xbox games, it's weird to see only PlayStation and Nintendo games being sold," end quote. Another quote, "My local Target is getting rid of their Xbox section, attaching photos as evidence. The electronics manager says they will no longer carry Xbox games, systems, or accessories. He also said all Targets in the Kansas City area are purging Xbox stock as well," end quote. Another quote, "The Walmart store I work at is getting rid of Xbox games. We are doing a store remodel now, and the new layout for electronics will have no more Xbox games, and Switch and PlayStation will be condensed into one lock case each. In the year, it says, in the year or so I've been in electronics here, I can count on one hand the number of times I've sold an Xbox," end quote. And then I'm just going to keep reading the quotes. "My local Walmart just went through this remodel, and it's crazy. A handful of remaining Xbox games live in one half of my shelf at the bottom of the PlayStation end cap case. I just came from Target, and I noticed there was no Xbox in stock. The Walmart near me hasn't carried consoles in months. The section is still there, and there are some games, but it honestly looks sad. It should be noted that when browsing Target stock online in the Kansas City area, You'll find that Xbox products are notably limited. In the Kansas City North store, for example, there's only one Series S available, as well as a handful of controllers in limited stock on several games, including Doom: The Dark Ages. Meanwhile, there's an abundance of PS5 games, controllers, and PlayStation Portals, along with accessories and merch. So I do want to remind people that this comes about a week after we got the major rumor from Sneakers SO. And Dyer comes in and becomes a channel member. Thank you for that, buddy. I think that's actually
appreciated.
Somehow that's like the first member of the day. So I do appreciate it, man. I will add that to the goal. And if you do become a channel member, make sure when you're done here, obviously, you go check out some of the member exclusive content. I'm sorry. Like swallowing cat hair or whatever. We'll have more members content coming up, obviously. But, keep in mind that the big rumor we covered last Sunday came from Sneakers SO, and he was saying that more retailers are going to be following, what we heard from like Costco when they confirmed that they weren't, they weren't stocking Xbox anymore. And I have to be honest, man, like this to me feels like crazy. I just feel like the idea of like Xbox flat out disappearing from storefronts, it feels like it kind of feels like it doesn't really matter what Microsoft says, because like you guys are just like you're removing it, like you're just done. You're leaving. To me, it feels like a physical representation of what has happened or what is happening behind the scenes, which is they are getting ready to exit the console market. And I know that it's like, no, they are making hardware. Like they're making Xbox Magnus. Xbox Magnus is real, and that's true. That is true. But still, it's like, it really is just going to be a PC, isn't it? Like, I don't even think, like, are we even going to be getting, are there going to be Xbox versions of games next gen? Or are we just looking at PlayStation, Nintendo, and Steam? And this Xbox device will just be a Windows device that facilitates Steam and Epic Games Store and stuff like that. I think that this is, I don't know. There's another thing we have to read here, though, because it doesn't stop here. And to me, this one might be, I don't want to say it's more telling, but I think it goes hand in hand with what we're seeing here. So over on the Gaming Leaks Rumor subreddit, it says Xbox hiring gaming finance experts to, quote, drive transformation initiatives with urgency. Like, bro, the freaking job listing says we're trying to do this now. Like, there's an urgency here. Says, hold on. I'm sorry, I don't know what's going on with me. It says here, we are seeking a gaming finance transformation lead with deep integration prowess to drive transformation initiatives with urgency and lead financial process and system harmonization across gaming studios. This role will ensure seamless alignment of financial processes, systems, and reporting standards across multiple entities, enabling operational efficiency and compliance to align with business objectives, responsibilities, accelerate and drive financial transformation efforts for acquisitions and system consolidations, ensuring alignment with corporate policies and regulatory requirements. Xbox is also hiring a gaming content and studios finance lead that will work directly with each of the individual chief financial officers at Xbox's various divisions, ABK, ZeniMax, Xbox Game Studios, etc., to ensure proper alignment. Guys, does this sound like, what does this sound like to you? Because you know what it sounds like to me? Those things that are being described in these job postings, I'm sorry, isn't that Phil Spencer's job? Isn't that Matt Booty's job? Isn't that Sarah Bond's job? I don't know, man. Like, that Sneakers SO guy, he kind of was saying that I forget it. Was it him? Somebody was saying, I forget who, but they were like, bro, it seems like Microsoft's getting ready to clean house. Like, it seems like the time is up and they're cleaning house. And I'm like, I don't know, man. Some of these, like, I'm speculating here, but these job postings, I'm like, bro, I thought that, I don't know, like, I thought they already had people doing this. They're being replaced by AI. Oh, geez. Well, let's read it. It says, we are seeking a gaming content and studios finance lead to strategically unify and lead the financial vision for our first-party gaming content and studios, encompassing Activision Blizzard King, ZeniMax, and additional independent studios. This role will provide a holistic perspective across all gaming studios, driving the consolidation of financial processes and systems across global organizations. You will collaborate with business owners and gaming studio CFOs, chief financial officers, to identify and resolve challenges, as well as support the president of the GC&S in executive reviews. By fostering seamless integration and alignment, this leader will enable operational efficiency, compliance, and transformation across our diverse gaming portfolio. Responsibilities: develop and champion a holistic financial strategy for a multi-billion-dollar gaming franchise, driving execution and accountability. Be the central finance lead for understanding first-party gaming content and studio revenue forecast, and provide insight and recommendation to help the organization exceed their revenue and accountability margin goals. Partner with studio CFOs from Activision, Blizzard King, ZeniMax, Xbox Game Studios to optimize finance processes, identify issues, and foster cross-studio solutions. Support executive reviews by delivering clear, data-driven insights and process clarity. Too long didn't read. Microsoft is hiring 2 finance leads to drive transformation and unify financial processes across Xbox's gaming studios, aiming to improve profitability amid rising revenue and market challenges. Upcoming strategies include ad-supported cloud gaming, next-gen consoles with PC integration, and AI-driven game development to enhance operational efficiency and growth. Yeah, I don't know, man. It it feels like I don't know, man. It feels like we are kind of going to be watching the slow end. Like, I think it is over. I get this sense that something changed internally at Microsoft very recently, like in the last 2 to 3 weeks. I think there was a decision or multiple decisions that were made from a very, very high level, if not the highest level of the company. And I think in the coming months, weeks and months, we're going to see it all play out. And I think that's why I focused so heavily on that sneakers guy, because he was laying out a lot of things. And I'm like, this guy was on the money last time. It almost feels like this person is a Microsoft, high-ranking Microsoft executive that after they finish the meeting, he then goes on the NeoGAF and is like, let me tell you guys what's about to go down, you know? I don't think that's actually what it is, but it sure feels that way. And yeah, I don't know, man. The question of competition is going to be the one that I think begins to, if not fade away in regards to Microsoft. I think it's completely gone. I talked about this in one of my last streams. I'm like, I don't think there's any competition left. But I think these things that we're reading seem to signal that there's more that's going to go down. It's not just going to be as simple as, here's a PC, guys. I think there's a lot going on with the Xbox ecosystem. I think Microsoft's having a hard time. I think Microsoft is getting ready to do what they feel needs to be done. And I think they've been having a hard time because I think that they know, just like we know, that like if you do this, like it's going to be like there is no going back, and it's going to cause, you know, a kind of, if not uproar, just a giant. It's going to be depressing, man. You know, like it's not going to be good. And Ivor, you're saying, do you remember at the end of the Jim Ryan era, there was a mention of games being in early development? Lockdown could now be PS6 bound. PS6, I feel, will be more developer friendly across all platforms. I think it will. Like, that's the big thing I'm curious to see is Mark Cerny prides himself on how developer friendly the PS4 was, and also especially the PS5. But now this kind of complete harmonization between Sony and what they're creating with the PS6 and AMD and that technological pipeline, fusing that into one, I do think this could this could mean we could get results for the PS6 much quicker than we did for the PS5. Where like you're not just gonna have like it's not just gonna be a couple of first party studios that are like, here's some of the cool things we're achieving with the PS5 and our games on PS5. You're gonna start seeing this very quickly, potentially. Again, I'm not saying that that's what will happen. We don't know. Even Mark Cerny emphasizes that, but yeah, it seems like it could be going in a relatively positive direction. And I don't know, when it comes to PlayStation Studios, man, I can't wait to start hearing about. Well, I can wait, but I'm I'm looking forward to the day when we get some idea of like, here are some of the games that we're hearing, or that like are kind of like the rumblings of, here's some of the studios and games that might be targeting a PS6 launch. I remember when we went through that phase with the PS5, it was very exciting. A lot of the leaks turned out to be true. We were hearing about Demon Souls, we were hearing about Ratchet and Clank, we were hearing about Returnal, and these leaked games, or these rumored games, and a lot of them turned out to be true. Now, some things turned out to be untrue, but I think we're gonna go through that again, and I think it'll be even more interesting this time, especially when you consider that Sony had a lot of struggles with the live service stuff this gen. Well, Dark Cloud, just to be clear, no, that post you're referring to that I deleted was not something from Sneakers SO. It was from another source that was not Sneakers SO. Somebody that I ended up getting my wires crossed with accidentally. But yeah, Sneakers SO, I don't know. I don't know if he'll come out and say more. I think that during a time like this, it is one of these things where, people who have been holding out hope, people who have, for the Xbox side of things, people who have been trying to be optimistic and continuing to, it's okay, guys. Like, it's not over yet. We're not done. There's things to look forward to. I really think that things are looking dire for the Xbox side of things. And I don't say that in like a, and that sucks for you, and, PlayStation's the best. It just really, like, dude, I don't know how anybody could have any level of confidence in Microsoft. I don't know how, like, as a fan, like, if you're a fan and you care about it, I'm not saying you need to abandon it. I'm just saying, if I was on that side and I was still playing on Xbox, and I invested the last 6-7 years still playing on Xbox and getting achievements and maybe even buying physical games, I would be devastated at this outcome. I'd be like, holy shit, dude, like, what the fuck happened? I would. I'm being honest. Like, that's how I would feel really depressed about it, because I'm just like, this is not looking good. And I'll admit, man, if Microsoft was like, the best we can offer you is a really, really powerful PC that ships with an Xbox controller and it'll just hook up to your TV, I would be pissed. Then, the anger would subside, and then I would just be sad, because I'm like, that's not. If I wanted to do PC gaming, I would be on PC right now. You know, um, and I look at this and I just feel like, yeah, I feel like it's we've really reached that end stage. The new console war could be in-house software optimization, the guardware ecosystem wars. Yeah. You're saying you guys are panicking for nothing. Xbox is just going through an evolution of sorts. When they break out of the cocoon, Xbox will be better than ever. Um. Uh. Well, I do think that you are seeing the ending of one thing and the beginning of another. Like, I do agree that there is a transformation happening, but I'm not so optimistic about the end outcome here because Microsoft, I think, is just going to become a very highly, excuse me, a very highly optimized publisher at the end of the day. Like, I think Microsoft is looking to make their gaming sector a lean, mean profit, you know, profit driven machine where I think that I'm not saying that they're giving up. All right. Well, look, I'm not trying to be like overly negative, but I got a couple more things I got to read to you. I got a couple more things I got to read to you. So it does get a little bit worse. We have another report here. It says Glenn Israel has worked on the Halo franchise for 17 years, joining Bungie back in 2008 when the studio was known for Halo, and stayed with the series by following it to 343 Industries, which is now known as Halo Studios, where he has since, or there's a typo there, he is no longer working on the series that he spent nearly 2 decades with. However, as he announced with a statement on his LinkedIn, he has left Halo Studios, though the statement leaves plenty of questions as to the circumstances under which he is leaving. So this was something that started to trend. This Halo developer, like basically left under really ominous circumstances. He says, quote, "As of today, and after 17 long years, I'm officially no longer contributing to the Halo universe. There's little more I can say at the moment, though I intend to share this particular story in its entirety when it is absolutely safe to do so next year. In the meantime, I have a message for anyone and everyone who needs to hear it. I know that the state of our industry seems dire, but never forget that you are free to choose. No illusion of security, nor promise of wealth or fame or power is worth trading away your health, your dignity, your ethics, or values, and no one can force you to. Stay strong, take evidence when necessary, and find where you belong. As always, I'll be here if you need to talk." He also mentions that he will share more details about his departure at some point in 2026. And yeah, this bro, this is not good. Like this comes not too long after a report from was it Rebs Gaming or somebody. Oh, Rich, we got one. Guys, we hit 25 members. I'll play the Rich Rod song, all right? We got to get cooking on the members, bro. We're sitting at one member. What are we doing? What are we doing, guys? No, but I appreciate any support you guys are showing. We were hearing that there's like some not. Irfan, can you do me a favor? Can you go to the Gaming Leaks Rumor subreddit and find that post? I think it was from last week where it was from a leaker talking about issues going on within Halo Studios, because this actually came after that. And this is why, like, dude, I'm not trying to be this guy like Dark Cloud. I'm not trying to like rain on your parade, man, but it's like I don't think things are looking good. I think everything's slowly kind of falling apart for Microsoft in gaming. Rebs, okay, it was Rebs Gaming, wasn't it? Okay. All right, let me see. So we got leaks and rumors, Rebs Gaming, Halo. Let's see. Here we go. Okay. So Rebs Gaming 4 days ago says Halo Studios has leadership issues. So the too long didn't watch version. So he mentions how Glenn Israel, who was an art director at 343 since 2010 and was part of Halo since 2008. You know, we just shared the post where he's like it. The most interesting thing about that post, by the way, is he's flat out saying He's flat out saying, like, I'm going to basically reveal what went down a year from now when I guess the NDA or whatever expires. And that's not a good sign. Like, that's definitely not a good sign. But hold on, lost it here. It says Rebs says he can confirm Halo Studios has leadership issues, but he can't share information at this time until his sources allow him to do so. Of the 9 people listed on the art team section of Halo Infinite's credits, only 1 remains. Rebs fears that something bad is brewing at Halo Studios. The rest of the video mainly recaps the things that we've already heard recently about the turmoil and departures at Halo Studios. Dude, this is what I'm talking about, man. Like, it is what it is. It sucks. It sucks, but it's just, I mean, the damn Halo community can't catch a fucking break. Like, even with all this negativity going down around the Xbox brand, Game Pass price increases, you know, them leaving storefronts, and then you got this, like, now your whole rebranding of Halo Studios, there's report, like, I would be so fucking concerned if this was flipped to the Sony side, where if this was like a report about Guerrilla Games or a Naughty Dog developer left Naughty Dog saying this shit, I'd be like, what the hell's going on? Like, what the fuck is going on? You know? What's interesting though, and I don't know if you guys picked up on this, with this whole Halo situation, this seems to be mainly focused on like the art team. I think this has something to do with AI. I could be wrong. We know there's this massive push. Why is no media reporting? Where's Jason and Tom? I think they're waiting, Irfan, or maybe they're working on it now, because even Rebs Gaming said that he knows more, but he can't reveal it like until his sources give him the green light. They can't even remake a 24-year-old game without controversy. Yeah, that's the craziest part. Apparently, that's what they're working on, is like a Halo remake. And it's like, bro, what is going on? But I do wonder if it has something to do with oh, that's really weird, A2. Yeah, what the hell? I didn't think about that. You're saying I think about Gears E-Day, Fable, and Horizon 6 are about to be out next year, but with no consoles to buy in store. Oh, that is weird. What? Yeah, you're right. You're right. What? GTA 6. GTA 6 is coming out next year, and you're not going to be able to go to a store and buy a console. What is happening? Dude, I didn't even think about this. Yo, what? Everything is an Xbox. That's true. The reason why Microsoft is packing up Xbox from all these storefronts is because they're like, we've deemed that everything inside of your store is in fact already an Xbox. Therefore, there is no point in us remaining here. Our job here's done. Our work here's done. Pack it up, boys. Holy shit, that's crazy. I didn't even think about that. That is weird. That is really fucking weird. I don't know. Maybe they'll just try to like get people to buy it from their website. Can you even buy it from their website? Surely you can buy it from the Microsoft store, right? Well, yeah, maybe. I mean, maybe this is just a big attempt. It's all in the name of trying to move people over to PC more than anything. Yeah, I don't know. The weirdest thing to me is I'm thinking more about Forza Horizon 6. Forza Horizon 6 is coming next year, and they confirmed it's not going to be day one on PS5. So it's going to be launching on one console that's you apparently can't buy, dude. What? No. Something's not right here. That doesn't make any. I've never heard of anything like that in my life. That is some of the most bizarre shit I've ever heard in the gaming industry. And I've heard some weird shit. That can't be true. There's got to be something that's got to give. Like, something's got to give here. But here's what's interesting. I have another report here from Gaming Bolt. My screen is very bright. Says a new report has indicated that Microsoft might be targeting a 2027 launch for its next-gen Xbox device. According to YouTube channel Moore's Law is Dead, Microsoft has seemingly been discussing a 2027 launch window for this device with its partners. Along with this, the YouTube channel has reportedly also gotten its hands on some details about the specifications of the AMD APU dubbed Magnus that will power the console. According to the report, the Magnus APU will be composed of two separate chiplets, an SoC that will handle CPU duties, and a GPU based on similar technologies to AMD's desktop Radeon products. The CPU is slated to be made with AMD's Zen 6 architecture and will feature up to 3 cores, along with 8 Zen 6C cores, all of which share a 12 megabyte L3 cache. The GPU, on the other hand, will have 6 RDNA 5 compute units with 4 shader engines. The hardware is expected to feature a 24 megabyte MB L2 cache, which has been noted as being equivalent to 5 times the amount of the Xbox Series X. While no concrete details on aspects like memory have been revealed as of yet, the memory bus is set to be 192-bit, with the hardware being possible to configure to use 24 or 36 or even up to 48 gigabytes of RAM. Along with this, AI workloads like image upscaling and Microsoft Copilot will be handled by a 110 TOPS NPU that can go down to 46 TOPS for low power mode. The total power requirements for the Magnus APU are estimated to be somewhere between 250 and 350 watts. Interestingly, from the numbers provided by Moore's Law is Dead, the chip powering the next-gen Xbox isn't quite offering as radical a performance lead over the rumored chip powering the PS6 as one might expect. While the Magnus APU might end up having a TDP of 350 watts, around 70% higher than what is expected in the PlayStation 6 chip, performance gains are reportedly only to be expected to be between 30 and 35% higher, according to the report. However, these gains aren't quite meaningless. While it may not offer the ability to play games at higher resolutions, multi-platform titles will likely end up offering smoother and higher frame rates on the Xbox rather than the PS6. An example provided by Moore's Law is Dead states that titles running on the PS6 at 4K 120 might be able to run at 4K 144. Oh, geez. That's, holy shit, that's how you know we've hit the wall, bro. That's how you know we've hit the wall, when it's like, you could do 4K 144 on this one. And we have New Soul 9. New Soul, thank you for another $20 super chat, buddy. I do appreciate it. You're saying MBG, it's a hybrid where its main priority of its design is to access all of your backward compatibility with the hardware, versus if you buy a full-blown PC today, you have to rebuy those games and lose all you all you have. Yeah, so that is like the big thing from my understanding. So obviously, like, the PS6 will be backwards compatible with PS5 and PS4. But the thing about this next Xbox is we see the Xbox ROG Ally X, and people are like very confused. They're very confused about, like, well, what, like, can you play Xbox console games on this Xbox handheld that's $1,000? And apparently it's like, yeah, but only if they're like Play Anywhere. And most titles are not Play Anywhere. So in other words, like, most of them know. There's this kind of fear that the same thing's going to happen with the console. But apparently Microsoft, if the rumors are to be believed, and we'll see, anything can change with any of this stuff we're talking about today, even with PlayStation. If the rumors are to be believed, apparently they're working on some type of solution, something that will make it so if you buy this device, you will be able to have backwards compatibility with all of your purchased Xbox Store games. So yeah, you would hope to God that if they're going to go through with more hardware, right, with this Magnus device. Yeah, exactly. So that's what I've been hearing. They're trying to figure that out. I do wonder what the progress on that has been, though. I'm sure we'll get some kind of update going into next year. Something's just so weird here. I don't know. Something's weird. I can't put my finger on it, but I just feel like, I almost feel like if the contract between Microsoft and AMD was not already signed, like if they weren't already locked into it, they would cancel this device. I really sincerely get that feeling where it's like, every change that they're getting ready to make, it all points towards the same thing, man. Everything that Microsoft is doing points towards they just want to be a publisher, a massive publisher with massive titles that sell well on every storefront that they're available on and make a shit ton of money through microtransactions. I feel like that's what Microsoft wants to be in gaming. And I feel like when we talked about that rumor last week of, like, oh my God, Sneakers SO is saying that the hardware went from being locked in, like they're doing it, to like now it's up in the air. I think if I had to guess what happened is I think Microsoft at one point was serious about like, we're going to go again. We're going to create a traditional console and we're going to target 2026. We're going to do the 360 thing again. We're going to get out a year ahead of Sony. And I think that it went from that was the plan to we're definitely not doing that. Now we don't even know what we're doing. And then they kind of settled on we're going to let the Surface team handle this. And they're going to make like a PC hybrid to help bridge that, anybody who's still left on Xbox to kind of move them over to what will essentially be a more traditional Windows device or something much similar to that. And yeah, I don't know. Just given what's happening right now, I feel like that's I mean, that's the thing. Like, I just feel like, bro, if you're pulling out of storefronts, like, yeah, it almost feels like they just can't get out of this contract with AMD. That's how it kind of feels to me, and it sucks because I feel like, dude, for Xbox fans, I'm not saying this is the worst possible outcome, but I don't know. To some Xbox fans, this might be the worst outcome. And it's not going to be great for PlayStation or Nintendo because, yeah, we are potentially looking at another major player in this industry. One of the big three. Microsoft was part of the big three. For all intents and purposes, like, they're just not in it anymore. They're not part of the competition. They're not part of the conversation around, which console should I buy now? Maybe in like the hardcore spaces. Maybe at first they will be. But I'll tell you right now, I think as soon as people see the price point, like think about the Xbox ROG Ally X, everybody was focused on the price point of this thing because there was like some level of hype behind it. But people were like, bro, this thing's going to be expensive. And trust me, once that price point comes out, nobody's going to be talking about it. You're going to get very few people buying it. And then the price point came out and now, hardly anybody's talking about it because it's like, yeah, dude, this is $1,000 handheld. This is $1,000 PC handheld. Like, it's an extremely niche device. I feel like the same thing's going to happen with this upcoming Xbox hardware, where I feel like the PlayStation 6 will be very relevant in the conversation because it's not going to be more than $600. I feel like this Xbox hardware is every person who's commented on it is saying this thing's going to be like $900 to $1,100 or more. Like, it's not going to be under $900. And that's crazy. Like, dude, that's fine for anybody who's excited for that, but I'm just like, that is it right there. Like, yeah, that's why they're not going to put it in a store because nobody's going to buy it. Like, you don't put $1,000 console or box that you're trying to convince people as a console. You don't put that on store shelves because think about it. Like, they're selling Xbox Series consoles right now, or they were like a year ago or a year and a half ago. They were selling Xbox Series S models for like $350 and nobody was buying them. So I really think these things are going to be made to order directly from Microsoft. And Microsoft's going to basically be like, listen, if you're that Xbox player that still wants to be part of our hardware ecosystem, we have an option for you. It's the Xbox Magnus, and it's going to be like $1,200 or just a flat $1,000. I think there will be some people who buy it, but yeah, all these reports we just went over, man. I'm not saying it's entirely doom and gloom for Microsoft. I'm not saying they're dead in gaming. They're not. I just think that the major transformation is happening, man. I think we are witnessing, I think over the last 2 years, here's how I'll frame it. Ever since Microsoft acquired Activision Blizzard, we witnessed the transition from Xbox gaming to now Microsoft gaming. And I think that that's abundantly clear. And, I guess we'll just have to see where it goes from here. And New Soul with another super chat says, to be fair, MBG, people buy $1,000 phone, so you never know. That is true. And I guess it'll be up to Microsoft how they choose to market this thing, because, I mean, I could see PC enthusiasts potentially, not all of them, but there's a lot of PC players out there. I could see some PC enthusiasts being like, yo, this is kind of cool, so I'll buy it. Mostly British gamers. Thank you, Smurf. Cursed. It'll depend on how they market it, I guess, But you have to question how much marketing money will go into it. I don't know, man. It's going to be weird. It's going to be weird to witness, and I would say just keep an eye out in the coming weeks. It seems like there's something brewing at Microsoft. The physical version of Ninja Gaiden 4 got leaked, and it does not have the internet required sign on the front cover. Okay. That's good. Did you guys see that Crimson Collective hacking group claims that they breached Nintendo? Yikes. Kepler L2, PlayStation 6 is locked for 2027. It's not just on the table, it's the plan. And all right, get out of here. Titus, what's going on, man? Lady Gamer says, let's get some more gifted memberships. Yeah, we have an unusual situation today. We're getting more super chats, less member gifts. It's usually the other way around. MBG, anything Kepler L2 says is almost always the truth. Well, Kepler L2 is clearly somebody who's very much in the know. Titus, you're making the dinner tonight? You want to hear the Rich Rod song? Yeah, well, we got to see. Sony is helping and progressing the future of gaming hardware / tech in a kind of big industrial joint venture rather than taking what's on the shelf. It's a really exciting prospect. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people, I come across a lot of people who seem to be really disillusioned with PlayStation in the year 2025 and extremely disillusioned when it comes to the idea of like another console from Sony. But I don't think it's going to be as bad. I actually think there's going to be a lot of good that comes from it, but it's not going to be perfect though. Like nothing ever is. You got to take the good with the bad and the bad with the good. Hold on one sec. Okay. Get out of here. Boss needs his food. Yeah. Well, did you guys see this, by the way? Here's another report I forgot to mention. After PlayStation added a 5-star system for users to give their favorite, or at least favorite games in 2023. What? Okay. Push Squares reporting that full-length reviews for PlayStation games on the PlayStation Store, like written reviews, is now a thing that you can do apparently. But it says it's only accessible on the web-based storefront, and the new feature has been in testing for quite some time, but is now available for everyone. It allows you to submit a 4,000 character review to go with your rating. So up till this point, you've only been able to do the 5-star reviews. And so it seems like this is something that's going to be added to the PlayStation Store on console at some point. I don't think it's going to be. I surely don't think this is something that's going to be exclusive to just the mobile storefront. That really wouldn't make any sense. But this is a big one. People have been wanting something like this on the PlayStation Store for years. We have Patsy here with a super chat. Says, I'm 42 years old and been playing console my whole life. First, now I bought a PC and I find a lot of value in Game Pass on PC. It's not all bad. Well, that's the thing, Patsy. I will say that I think Microsoft is just going to lean into what they already have, which is Windows. You know, they have Game Pass, they have Windows. It's true that it's not all bad. It's just, I think it's a lot of it is, I think they're trying to wrap up, I think they're trying to wrap up a lot of stuff that has been synonymous with the Xbox brand since its inception, since it was created. And that's not going to be easy. And that's going to be a slow and painful process, seemingly. But it is absolutely true that if you want to just embrace, what Microsoft is doing on PC, what they're offering over there, it's not necessarily bad. It's just it's different. It's a different experience from what they offered on the console side, but something that there can still be something good or something of value extracted from it. From my perspective as a non-PC gamer, I just think I don't know. I would have liked to see this generation play out differently. I didn't think, I got to be honest, I really didn't expect when I saw the first reveal of the Xbox Series X and the build up in 2020 where they were going head to head. I didn't think we were going to get to this point just 5 years later where it's like, yeah, they're like removing Xbox from stores, bro. Like it's like what? Like I knew things were not gonna like turn around overnight, but like what happened? What happened? And Titus Crow says we made it. We buried Xbox MBG. We did it. Dude, I see people responding to stuff. I see people responding to the rumors online where like it's like the dude's dancing with the coffin and shit, and I'm like, oh god, like, all right, unknown. I didn't get any update on that. No, I think Matt Piscatella put it out there like we're waiting for an update, and we never got one. So yeah, I don't even want to cover that, dude. People got so mad that I covered that, and I don't know why. It is what it is, like I just, it's tough because I encounter a lot of people that they're in denial, and I get it. Like if you're that invested, you probably, it's just not looking good, but I'm more not concerned, but I'm more interested in like how this impact, like this is more of a Sony thing, not a Microsoft thing. Who's the new enemy? Nintendo's next. Sony's like, I'm coming for you, Nintendo. Oh, man. Valve? I don't think so, dude. I don't think Valve. I'm telling you, I don't think Sony views Valve as competition whatsoever because they're a private company. I'm not saying that they aren't paying attention to them at all. Like, they still need to pay attention to what they're doing if they're making any kind of waves in the industry. But, modern 2020 GPUs are almost always bandwidth starved. Even NVIDIA's high-end RTX GPUs, their most prevalent bottleneck is bandwidth, and that's due to a strong focus on ray tracing. Cerny made a good call. You're saying we're correct about the memory bandwidth limitation thing? Yeah, I want to get up and start dancing, bro. Absolutely. Rumors suggest that Valve is finishing HLX, which is Half-Life 3. Yeah, I've been hearing about that for a while. That's going to be crazy, dude. Yo, Jeff Keighley about to show up the Game Awards this year with that Half-Life 3 announcement out of nowhere. Tidy's just saying, to be honest, it feels weird. Well, I do think that, yeah, like I said, as we continue to talk about what's going on with Microsoft, the natural question that will come up, should we worry about Sony? Should we be concerned about the lessening of competition and how Sony could potentially become? Um, absolutely. Absolutely. Like there's been no greater example of how important competition is in any space than what we see happening right now between Call of Duty and Battlefield. Call of Duty has been uncontested for years, and it's not all bad. Like I think people over exaggerate. Like, it's not like Call of Duty went down the drain, but there are just many things that have kind of piled up over time that, you hear complaints about this, complaints about that. This should improve, this should change, and they just kind of go largely ignored. And the reason being is because they're just like, well, why should we even waste our like why? We're doing fine. It's like, well, yeah, you become complacent. And that's the complacency is not necessarily greed all the time. It's just complacency is a natural derivative of there's nothing around you to keep, to keep you in check. Like you're coasting. You're sitting back and you're just doing your thing. And that doesn't always have to be bad, but complacency usually does lead to, at the very least, a lack of innovation. But complacency can lead to much worse things. And so, yeah, MBG, I can't seem to do membership gifts. Only able to super chat. Are you on Ivor? It could be if you're on iOS, like if you're using an iPhone. I don't know if you're on a desktop or not. A lot of times people can't gift memberships on iOS. Apparently, it's like I don't know. On some channels you can, on others you can't. It seems like it's taking a very, very long time for that to be fully rolled out. So if you're on iOS, that might be why you can't. There is a workaround where you can like go on Google on iOS or on your iPhone, and then you log into YouTube that way. You can do it, but I don't expect anybody to go out of their way to do that. Yeah, Sony's marketing the shit out of Battlefield 6, which is kind of crazy. But I just I do worry about that for Sony, and I don't know what it's going to look like. I don't know what it's going to look like. I want to be optimistic. Like, I don't want to obviously just assume that if Microsoft is done in the console space, that, well, Sony's just going to completely suck now. A lot of people already feel like Sony sucks. And I've been saying that I feel like Xbox has not been competition to PlayStation for at least a couple of years now. So, I don't know. I feel like it's something we're going to have to monitor. And I'm just going to have to do my part here, where my part is I cover PlayStation, and if Sony's pulling some bullshit, we're doing something that's just like, bro, what are we doing here? I'm going to have to do my part, make sure I'm covering it, giving them the criticism, trying to send the message, but also do it understanding that, like, Microsoft isn't going to come out and be like, we'll do the opposite. Like, you know what I mean? It's just, that's the thing about me referencing the Call of Duty situation right now is like, Call of Duty's like, we're done with skill-based matchmaking. We're making Call of Duty free to play for the next week. We'll do anything. Like, they got so, I don't know. You had a problem super chatting too, Titus? Had to do it twice. Strange. Yeah, dude, sometimes this happens. I have no idea why. Sometimes YouTube is just making things very difficult for me and my supporters, where obviously I welcome any support I can get. I tell you guys, I'm completely fan funded. I can only do what I do here because of the support I get from you guys. But then they're like, the amount of times I see people were like, yeah, I would love to gift memberships, man, but it's not letting me. It's making me think I'm going to have to start going beyond just YouTube. I don't know. I don't know. I saw this article. It was like TikTok streaming is like taking over YouTube or something. I'm like, I don't like. I don't use TikTok. I don't know the fucking first thing about TikTok. I don't want to know about it, but it's like I don't know, man. I got to think about my business here. You know, I got to think about how I'm running this shit, and I don't know. It's just it's very very frustrating to see like YouTube systems getting in the way of, you know, just the natural dynamic of I'm here streaming, people want to support, people are trying to support. Yeah, like I can't imagine how annoying it is. It's like I want to give this dude a little bit of money, a little donation, and it's like some people even have to like call their bank and whatever because it's like giving them a problem, and I'm just like, what the like, what? It shouldn't be that complicated for anybody. Um, Irvin's like first time. Oh, I don't know anything about that, Carlos. Yeah, I did try Twitch for like a couple days, but I'm not gonna lie to you, Titus. Like, it was so difficult for me because one of the things I had to do was use a um a feed that combined everything, and I could not adjust to it. I'm like, bro, I am so used to seeing the YouTube chat that this new feed I'm seeing that combines YouTube and Twitch. Plus, I had like nobody on Twitch. You know, I had like less than 100 followers. I'm like, I basically was just like, I can't do this. Like, I'm like having a really hard time. But I also kind of gave up on it because I didn't have much of a following. You know, and I'm like, I don't. Is this going to be worth trying to really pursue here? But I don't know, man. I did notice that YouTube integrated this new update where apparently you can stream, like I can stream horizontally and vertically simultaneously. I have to look into this where like if you watch me on the phone, it'll be like vertical for you. But if you watch me on like a desktop or a TV, it'll be horizontal. I don't know, dude. I mean, I'm not saying they're not. YouTube is always updating stuff and they're trying, but it just seems like there's always like these weird bugs and glitches and stuff in real life cat stream. If you gift members, you got to get your phone, receive a text, and then confirm it with your bank, bro. That's insane, Titus. Well, I'll keep that in mind if you ever gift members, bro, because that's wild. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. You're saying no TikTok? Hell no. I should stream everywhere. If I was smart, that's what I would do. I don't think I could manage it. I wouldn't know how to manage it. It's like I'm gonna stream on YouTube, on Twitch, on TikTok, on X, everywhere all at once. Oh, dude, I would need like a producer at that point. I would need a team of people to help me out. Like I can't manage all that myself. I'm gonna go multi-plat. Everything is an MBG. Pure podcast, no video might be an option, like Spotify. I was looking into that too, and yeah, the only reason I decided not to do the places where podcasts go is because I call this a podcast, like Press X podcast, but it's just a stream. You know what I mean? Like I'm just streaming and talking to a chat. I mean, I'm talking to myself as well, but you know what I'm saying. TikTok is a complete mystery to me. I see TikToks pop up on like Twitter and stuff, but I'm like, I should do more game streams. Yeah, I would like to. I've been taking a little bit of a break on that. Like I was thinking about streaming Ghost of Yotei, but I'm like, I just don't know how to do this. Like I'm trying to play the story. I don't want to stream the story because people are very sensitive to spoilers. And I'm gonna get low viewership because people don't want to see the spoilers. So it's like I was thinking about streaming Battlefield, but I kind of just wanted to get a feel for it first. We'll do more gameplay streams. You know, we do them occasionally, you know. I did see that. I saw that apparently like there's not going to be Silent Hill 2 remake DLC. We thought there was going to be, but apparently not. Do more spoiler casts. I'll try to, Irfan. I'll try to. Yeah, I tried to do that, start that this year with Death Stranding 2, and it was a good time. It was a good time. Or maybe I'll try to do one with Ghost of Yotei as well. I just have to be careful with it because if I feel like I'm locking myself in, like I got to do this spoiler cast, it might put like an artificial pressure on me. It's like I got to get done this game quicker, and I don't want to do that. So, but there is kind of the understanding and acceptance that if I do a spoiler cast much later than when the game came out, the viewership might not be as great. But I don't know. I'll try it. Yeah, like I'm gonna take my time with Ghost of Yotei. I don't think I'll wait to platinum it to do the spoiler cast, but I'll, at least beat the main story, do some side stuff, and then I could maybe do a separate spoiler cast talking about it. She showed a video of the nurse's motion capture on her phone. Some people don't mind the spoilers. They'd rather watch people play a game than play it themselves. That's true too. That's true. Yeah, gameplay is kind of hit or miss on my channel. You know what I mean? One thing I've noticed when I do, and like if I'm just being completely transparent with you guys, like one thing I've noticed on my channel is like I don't get nearly as much like financial support when I do gameplay streams. So the incentive is much lower. Like for example, if it's like either talk to you about the game or stream the game, chances are talking to you about the game will lead to a more successful stream. I do have to consider these things when I'm producing any type of content I'm choosing to produce. But that's not to say I don't get any support on my gameplay streams. It's just, it's got to be like a somewhat of a conscientious decision where it's like, well, I'm not really a gameplay streaming channel. So therefore, whenever I choose to stream gameplay, it's like if I choose to do a different type of video on the channel when I'm doing video creation, if I stray real, if I do something slightly different, chances are it might not, might not get the same type of viewership or support. It's a balancing act, as are most things in life. Yotei side quests are amazing. Now you're playing them, not even comparable to Tsushima. Irvin, it sounds like you're really enjoying the game, man. I didn't talk about my thoughts on Battlefield 6. I can for a little bit though. Do I think it's overhyped? I mean, I do a little bit, but only because I think it's like my whole thing with playing Battlefield 6 is like this is Battlefield. So it is and it's not overhyped, if that makes sense. Like it is in the sense that I think people are making it seem like this is some kind of revolutionary, like holy shit moment. It's not that. What it is though, and why it does deserve the hype, is that Battlefield basically died. A painful death where it was just like it just was getting worse and worse until it got to a point where like this is just done. And then they actually came back and did the thing where they're like, we're gonna make the Battlefield game that brings us back, that gets us back to where Battlefield players, the fans want us to be, and we'll bring on a whole new group of people as well that will be introduced to Battlefield for the first time. And in that regard, it absolutely nailed it. I've only played one mission of the campaign. I am not going to lie. I don't even know if I'm going to play it. I'm not interested in this game for the campaign. So I may or may not keep playing the campaign. I put about like 8 hours in the multiplayer. And yeah, dude, I'm playing this game and I'm like, this is Battlefield. Like this is a return to form. It feels like a combination of Battlefield 3, 4, and Bad Company 2, which is amazing. And I'm like, this is this is awesome. But yeah, it's just like hard to explain beyond that because it's like it's Battlefield, man. Are there going to be people who walk away from it because they're like, this isn't really what I thought it was going to be? Yeah, absolutely. Are there people that are just playing it, buying into the hype? Yeah, absolutely. But I think for anybody who's been a long time Battlefield fan, this is something you're probably going to put a decent amount of time into, and maybe it'll be, excuse me, God, what the hell's going on with me? I'm gonna like throw up while I'm talking about Battlefield. This is gonna be something that you play for. Maybe it's your go-to game now. Screenshots for Everwild came out. Oh, and Music Maker Man comes in out of nowhere and says, "Hey, you know what? I'm gonna drop a member gift, bud." Music Maker Man comes in and drops a single member gift, and he finally moved the needle. He takes us from 1 to 2 members on the day. W's in the chat for Music Maker Man. I appreciate that, buddy. So let's see if we can get a single member train going. We did a couple of members lounges, by the way, last week. We did a morning with the missus last Friday, where it's me and it's like basically a podcast with me and my wife. And it was a good one. So if you do get gifted a membership or if you become a member, go check that out. But earlier this week we did, or last week, or later last week, I mean to say, we did 2 members lounges and we reacted to some videos and stuff like that. So you can go check those out too. Although it says we're at 3 members, by the way. I don't know what's up with that. It says we're at 3 members, so I'll change it to 3. You're saying screenshots of Everwild leaked? MP first. Wasn't this game canceled? Yeah, it was canceled. The screenshots are allegedly from a version close to the cancellation. Let's see. I mean, it looks exactly like you would expect it to look like, but it doesn't look that great. I'm looking at these screenshots. I don't understand what the gameplay would be. Within the UI, we get a detailed look at the inventory screen, which features 6 distinct tabs: favorites, figments, tools, mosaics, seeds, and plants. The Figments tab, for instance, displays small and colorful creatures, one of which is specifically labeled as a light figment, suggesting a system of collecting or utilizing these creatures. Equally interesting is the Mosaic tab, which we can speculate would have served as a decorative purpose. Yeah, I don't know, man. Everwild did not look interesting at all to me. Like, I'll be honest, I completely forgot about this game even getting canceled until just now. But yeah, those screenshots don't look very they don't look that great. MP first, I feel like they've been doing some stuff. They've been getting some good scoops. Irvin, you were on that, bro. You're like, MBG Everwild screenshots leaked. All right, let me head. Oh, by the way, apparently Resident Evil Requiem pre-orders will start on October 29th. That's been confirmed, by the way. October 29th, pre-orders open up. Do we know when PSSR version 2 is coming? Or if it's for PS6? Well, they're not calling it, as of right now, PSSR 2, but it seems like this big update that's coming Q1. I think that's what we're hearing, Q1. So January, February, March of next year for the PS5 Pro. Big update to PSSR. And Music Maker Man, a member for 24 months, says 1 year of MBG and Mrs. MBG wholesomeness. Your streams and community have inspired and helped me through hard times. Best wishes to you all. Well, Music Maker Man, thank you so much for that. You know I appreciate it, man. And it always makes me feel good when, you know, I hear how much the content in the community here can help others out, especially you're saying through some hard times. So I'm glad we could be here for you, man. And I appreciate you being here for us and dropping some support as well. So we'll keep it going, bro. Oh, yeah, it's 2 years as well. Yeah, 2 years. Time flies, man. Time flies. Very much appreciated. Hold on here. Okay. All right. Let's go see how people are replying to my Twitter posts. I'm sure it's going to be wonderful. So I put out a post and I said, do you think the next Xbox hardware will stand any chance next generation? I haven't checked it yet. It doesn't seem like people have much hope. People aren't even dunking on it either. Like, they're actually giving real answers. Somebody just says no, LOL. In the typical console market, absolutely not. But if it's indeed a hybrid console PC, then I can see interest in an optimized small form factor pre-built PC. No, they managed to do something incredible this gen. Even though they bought the world, they had Sony that was struggling a bit due to the games as a service push. They managed to make a generation that was even shittier than the previous one. Oh, geez. Yeah, it's not looking too good, man. Got a lot of replies on this one, though. A lot of replies. And I see that Shinobi602 he reported a little bit ago, too. Target and Walmart seemingly pulling Xbox from store shelves. Oh, yeah. Somebody pointed something out, too, that I wanted to mention to you guys. This just goes to show how shitty it is, man. Somebody said the higher ups at Xbox are the biggest liars. This was just last year. So February 20th, 2024, Tom Warren, he puts out an article, a report, I should say. Xbox chief Phil Spencer says Microsoft is not giving up on physical media just yet. Getting rid of physical is not a strategic thing, says Spencer in an interview with Stephen Totillo. This was literally just last year, and now they're removing all their games from stores, and they're not doing physical games anymore. It's like, what the fuck? Quote, we are supportive of physical media, but we don't need to drive that disproportionate to customer demand, he told me. Yeah, that sucks, dude. It sucks to see like what's going. I mean, dude, I can't even. You know what the craziest thing is? I can't imagine if you actually invested in a physical Xbox games collection, dude. Like that's like the craziest thing. Music Maker Man says, Mrs. MEG, you're most welcome. You have such a breath of fresh air to the channel. I empathize with your medical situation as I had a stroke 7 years ago. I hope you will do more live streams with MBG. Well, thank you for that, Music Maker Man. I'm sure Mrs. MBG appreciates that as well. Wish me luck, people. I'm going to put in an artificial tooth. I'm nervous. It's painful. Yo, did you see? I'm missing a couple teeth too. Did you see that? Apparently Japan. I swear to God, I just read this morning. It's like some big breakthrough. They have figured out how to regrow teeth. No joke. Like, and it entered the first human trials last year and has been successful. And they're going to be doing more testing this year, and it could be ready to like go out to everybody by like 2030. I'm like, dude, that's nuts. Like, that's actually really sick. To literally regrow teeth. No, I'm serious. Look into it. Apparently it's a thing. So I'm like, okay, well, shit. How's that work? Is that painful? It sounds painful though, doesn't it? What about hair? Yeah, nothing on that yet though. Regrowing hair. Yeah, I don't know exactly how it works. I don't know like the science behind it, but you know. Um, they also have figured out how to actually regrow enamel too from keratin, sheep's wool. Really, it helps with hair growth too. Damn. Yeah, I gotta get on this. Question in MBG: are more layoffs coming from Microsoft? Supposedly. Whoa. I'm like burping a lot. I don't know why I'm burping so much. Supposedly the next round of layoffs for Microsoft are coming Q1 of 2026. So we don't know like for sure if that's going to happen, and that could just be a guess. But I mean, the interesting thing that Sneakers SO said that it will be really interesting to see if he's right about this or not is he said that the layoffs, the next round of layoffs that come from Microsoft are going to be even worse than last time. I'm like, that's crazy, dude. Like, that's crazy. But based off of what we're seeing right now, I guess it wouldn't be that. I think that like the question is, okay, what studios are getting closed now? That's the shittiest part of it all. I was like, okay, which studios are shutting down now and which games are getting canceled? Because that seems to be what is coming next. Like, that's the insinuation. And this is why I'm saying, like, I just don't know that I can. I don't know. Like, I'm not trying to be like so negative. It's just hard not to. Where it's like, dude, it just is not looking good, dude. If State of Decay 3 gets canceled, to be honest, I don't know, man. I want to rant if that happens, but I don't even know if I'll be able to. I don't even know if I'll be able to because it's like, how could I be surprised? How could I be surprised? I hope it doesn't, though. I really don't want to see that game get canceled. Is MBG going to appear with actual snake cut but not a wig? Wait, Dark Cloud, why are you saying it's a dictatorship in here? I'm confused. Hold on. Stop telling me how to think. That's funny. Oh, guys. Oh, and Lady K comes in. Lady K, thank you so much. Coming in, dropping another single member gift. And that brings us up to a whopping 4. Guys, we did it. We got to 4 members today, bro. We are 1 away from getting the 5. No, I know I sound like I'm being silly, but no, Lady K, thank you for that.
Thank you.
We're doing it. We're doing it. You know what? I'm not ending this stream till we get 50 members. How about that? I don't care if we got to go one by one. I'm gonna get settled in. Go ahead, ask me anything, because we're gonna be here for a while. 24-hour stream. You know what? Actually, we're expected to get a massive storm. I should probably check on that. This is MBG. Are you in the chat? I don't know if she's in the chat. What's the ETA on that storm? Because, you know, to be honest, I don't even think I could just keep streaming if I want it, because there's a high chance of a power outage. The winds are going to be crazy. I'm a little nervous, not going to lie. I'm more nervous about flooding, actually. It's been a while since I've had flooding in my basement, but last time it flooded was pretty bad. Pretty bad. When am I going to play Yotei? I've been playing it, Trent. I have about 20 hours in it so far. I've been talking about it the past week. I've been talking about it in some of my streams. I've just been a bit more sparse about how much I'm talking about it, simply because I don't want to. Because most of what I want to talk about is like story stuff so far, but I just I can't do that without making it clear that it's like a spoiler cast. So I'm waiting till I beat it and get through all the story stuff, and then I'll do a dedicated spoiler cast on it / review. Yeah, a nor'easter is rolling in around 5. Damn, guys. Virko, I think they have more than just Call of Duty, but I don't know. Yeah, it's like what somebody said earlier. Like, how are they gonna like, they're gonna offer all these games, but like they're not gonna have a console to sell you anymore. PC, I guess, you know. MacTube says, I'll take a gifted membership if anybody's offering. Yeah, I don't know. I guess there's still probably some level of discourse going on around Ghost. The funniest thing I've seen trending on Twitter regarding Ghost of Yotei is like a picture of Atsu, and on the left it's like designed with gamers in mind, and like it's just like giant boobs like hanging out basically, and it looks literally ridiculous. Like, it actually looks ridiculous. And then on the other side it's just normal Atsu. And the funniest thing is people clowning on this post by like applying that logic to all of these other game characters, where it's like Cloud Strife sitting on his motorcycle, like designed with gamers in mind. Like, his ass is like huge and like twerked upwards, and on the right it's just normal Cloud Strife. I've seen one with Kratos. Have you guys seen any of these? They're so funny because it highlights like how stupid, like how brain rotted of a take it really is to like, dude, it's why. Like, there was one with Doom Guy where he's like standing there looking up at like the castle or whatever, and it's like designed with gamers in mind, and he's wearing like assless chaps or something. It's like, bro, what are we doing here, man? Is the rumor of Walmart dropping Xbox true? Apparently it is, Bobby. We're hearing from like many different employees that work at Target and Walmart that they've been informed that they're going to be removing all Xbox products, and just they're no longer going to be selling Xbox in store. It's all being removed. So if Best Buy drops it, then it's really over. Dude, if GameStop drops it, that's the real one, dude. If GameStop drops it, oh my God. That's when you know it's completely over. I can't imagine that. I can't imagine GameStop not selling Xbox stuff. That's crazy. That's crazy. But yeah, the rumors seem to be true as of right now. I agree with that, Titus. Yes, I found that out the hard way. I just have to laugh at it most of the time. You know what I mean? Like, I'm at a point where I just have to laugh at it, because it's like, where am I going to go from here? Where am I going to go from here? But before GTA 6 doesn't make any sense. As you say, MBG, there's something weird. That to me, that's the weirdest. I agree with that. Yeah. Carlos, I want to highlight that for another moment. Like, literally the biggest entertainment launch of all time is about to happen with GTA 6. And I want you to think about this for a second, okay? There's only 2 places you can get this game. The PlayStation 5 or the Xbox Series. I want to again emphasize the biggest entertainment launch of all time that's going to break every record. I don't think it can be understated how truly fucking bizarre it is that they are choosing to do this prior to that happening. You know, it's not like it's a month before, but it's like half a year, give or take, before. And I don't understand. I don't know. To me, that signals there's something larger going on behind the scenes, because imagine how Rockstar feels about this. Like, I'm sure Rockstar's not happy about this, dude. Like, one of the only other places where their game has been, like, keep in mind, like, Rockstar's had to go out of their way to optimize this game for the Series X and S, especially the S. And now it's like, I don't know. It's weird, dude. Like, I'm going to tell you this. I pay very close attention to the Gaming Leaks and Rumor subreddit, as you know. And I mean, luck space, it's possible, dude. But there was this random post that went up last week when all this Xbox stuff was going on. And it was this person who, when they made the post, they were like, it's going to get deleted. And I'm just making it all up. It's not real. And it did get deleted. But you know what the post said? And this is the part that I find fucking weird. The post was this long write-up of this person saying that basically Rockstar is kind of pissed off at Microsoft because Microsoft is getting ready to, like, you know, take all their Xboxes off the shelf and remove, you know, they're exiting storefronts and stuff. And Rockstar is, like, kind of pissed because it feels like they feel like they're getting a little bit blindsided, where one of the, like, literally what I'm describing is what that leaked post said. But at the end they were like, I'm just kidding. I'm you know, this isn't real. You can delete this. And then it got deleted. But I'm like, dude, that is happening. Like, that's happening now, though. Like, what I read a week ago, at least half of that is now happening. So I'm like, was that fake? Like, what? Because that seems to be happening. I don't know. It's just kind of popped in my mind. I don't think it's gonna let you post a link, Otacon. I think only mods can post links in the chat. If almost 90% of console gamers buy Call of Duty on PlayStation, then not selling Xboxes probably doesn't make much of a difference. Even GTA 6 can't save Xbox. Yeah, I don't know, man. That's weird. That's very, very weird to me. I mean, don't get me wrong, like, you know, they still, Rockstar, like, they still have a, what, 28 million, there's like 28 million Xbox consoles on the market. Obviously, not all of them are going to be used, but, you know, they still have a certain install base. You know, there's millions of people they can still sell to. It's just, man, it's weird. It's really, really weird to see how it really seems like PlayStation is going to, I guess what I'm trying to say is PlayStation's going to benefit from GTA 6. I mean, let's just face it. Let's just fucking, like, let's just call it what it is, dude. If Xbox isn't being sold anymore by the time GTA 6 comes out, it may as well be a PlayStation. I don't say exclusive, but, like, for any person who's like, I need to buy a new console for GTA, like, your only option is going to be a PlayStation, really. You know, I mean, I guess you could still find places to buy Xboxes, of course. You could still, but, you know, it's also worth noting that the removal of Xbox from these storefronts comes not too long after the massive price increases. So, you know, people already weren't buying them. You know, you have the massive price increase, and then it's just, well, what now? I guess now literally nobody's, like, we had a couple people buying them. Now literally nobody's buying them. So, yeah, I don't know. Isn't GTA 6 coming out before the next PlayStation? Yeah, as long as it doesn't get delayed. GTA 6 is coming out May of next year. So, What would you think if Microsoft actually sold Xbox itself to Sony? I actually think that's a possibility now. um, I mean, it. I don't know if Sony could afford it. That's the problem. Like, I at the rate things are going at Xbox Gaming, dude, or like at Microsoft Gaming, like if in the next couple years, if they don't produce like significant results, yeah, I could see Microsoft trying to get out of gaming, and I could see them trying to sell it, but I don't think Sony would be able to. It's just it would be too much money. The regulatory process would be a fucking nightmare and a half. But yeah, I that would suck. I would never want to see something like that. Um, yeah, that's the thing. Like, yeah, buying a dead storefront, you'd have to take on all the bullshit that Microsoft just like. That's why I tried to tell people, dude, when Microsoft was buying ABK, I'm like, you have to ask yourself why Activision is willing to sell, why ABK is willing to sell. Same thing with Bethesda. Like these companies aren't just selling for the fun of it. Like they likely have a lot of baggage and a lot of problems. And even with the sale of EA recently, like they have like 20 billion in debt. And it's like shitty debt too. So it's like I think Sony is just probably focused at this point on like being as optimized and efficient as they can be. And that's what Microsoft's going to be focusing on doing. But unfortunately, they took on so much that it's like this is why you're probably going to continue to see the mass layoffs because in order to get to become more efficient and lean and more profitable, it's probably I don't want to call it dead weight at Microsoft, but a lot of stuff that isn't profitable would take a long time to become profitable and a lot of resource, and there's no guarantee it would become profitable. And it is what it is, man. I think I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know what went wrong. Something went terribly wrong though along the way. I think when we look back on it though, years from now, it's going to be more than obvious that the Xbox Series X and S was the last time that Microsoft actually had a chance to do anything. And yeah, they just couldn't make it happen, dude. Um like I want to remind people that like Fable was announced in 2018, bro, and it's still not coming out till next year. And we have no idea what the quality level of that game is going to be. I don't I don't know. You're saying your only option might be to just leave the gaming hobby. You can't take all the hate console war anymore from either side. Well, I don't think you'll have to leave gaming. I mean, some people might feel that way, but I don't think you'll have to leave gaming as a hobby. I mean, keep in mind, dude, like you could just uh, I mean, I appreciate you being here watching the channel, of course. I do appreciate it, but you can always just like not be on the internet, and just game, like that's it. I mean, I prefer to do more than that and have conversation about it and discussion and analyzing things and going deeper into it. But for many people, yeah, just enjoying gaming without anything involving the internet. Like I kind of feel that way about Twitter to a degree. Where like Twitter's gotten so bad, dude, that I just can't. It's like if you want I feel like Twitter's like if you want to ruin gaming for yourself, go to Twitter. Yeah. And it'll be ruined within an hour. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. It's not even a question. It's a guarantee. And yeah, it's just the absolute worst. It's awful. I do think that right now a lot of things, generally speaking, are negative. I think you're seeing a proliferation of negativity because there's a lot of bad things. There's good things, but I just think that right now it's a rough period. It's a rough period. Um, a lot of people are having a rough go, and I think because of that, it creates irritability, it creates instability to a degree. And it becomes, I think, easier to kind of start to feel and lean into that like negative side of it. And that's why like I'm not trying to handle anything that's going on with the Microsoft side as like, like good riddance and F you. I've talked to you guys about, and I'm going to be very careful how I word this because I don't want to get trapped into the conversation again. I don't want to trap myself by accident. I'll just put it this way. There is a certain mentality, a certain behavior, I guess you could say, that I think is still out here and it exists, and it's not tethered to one specific product, one specific brand, one specific gaming platform, one specific console. It's something that can be tethered to anything, but it still exists and it still persists, and it is in the gaming industry. I just want that to go away, like that specific mentality. And I think you guys know what I'm referring to. And I feel like that is what has kind of ruined so much of the conversation and the discourse. And yeah, I'm curious to see how things evolve as this is happening, right? Like if it's true that cuz that's the thing. I talk to you guys all the time about the amount of people that I see that are like Xbox is dead, or not dead, but like they get it. Kind of goes all the way back to the first set of super chats we got at the beginning of the stream, where it's like when people would say Xbox has no games, and then it's like suddenly they have a shit ton of games, and it's like, can't say that anymore. And it's like, well, that was never really the problem. Like they did need more games, don't get me wrong, but the real problem, like if we're actually getting into the important details and not just some broad stroke, I'm trying to just easily get likes and attention and clicks. The detail is, the devil's in the detail, right? And it's that you do need more games, but more importantly, that you need better games. Like you need games that are competing at a higher level, that are more delightful, that people feel better about. And so it kind of like, that gets lost in translation when enough people are just yelling, Xbox has no games, Xbox has no games. Then you can see how like the overreaction, the overcorrection is, well, we're going to buy all the fucking games. And it's like, well, that's okay. That's an option, but is that going to solve the root of the problem? And I think it's like clear that like the root of the problem has not been solved. And now that, it went from Xbox has no games to now Xbox is dead. And that's the thing. Literally, literally, if we're talking literal terms here, like the Xbox, the box that had an X on it, that, the brand was based around, yes, that is dead. Like that's not a fanboy comment. It just is. Like even Microsoft agrees. They're taking it off store shelves. Like it's just, they can't sell them. Now, but that's the thing is like, it's much more complex than that. Like you can't, well, that's it. Xbox is dead. That's it. It's like, no. Microsoft is not going anywhere in gaming. Like make no mistake, you're going to continue to see the Xbox logo in many places. It's just, again, like literally speaking, Xbox is dead as we knew it. What Xbox will be going forward, what you will think of when you hear the term Xbox is publisher. You will think of third-party games. You will maybe think of games that once were not third-party but now are. And you'll also think that, Call of Duty is now Xbox's biggest moneymaker too, right? Because that's what they bought. And I guess I'm just highlighting this because it's like, yeah, man, so much of the discourse, so much of the conversation has been just flat out fucking decimated and ruined by brain rotted people who just like they just want to throw shit around, man. And I realized that it's a tit for tat type of situation where it's like, and I get caught up in it myself where it's like, you know what? None of that matters, man. Like, just look at what is. Just look at the facts and take it from there. And if you can do that, I think you'll have a much clearer understanding that there are just some things that are, yes, this is just a fact of the matter and you can't change it. But in terms of what's left to speculate upon and what's left to be opinionated on, or what's left for you to share your opinions on, don't let it be influenced by the people who are trying to ruin those conversations. Because keep in mind, like that, the conversation and the discussion gets ruined when it becomes a one-way street. And I know some people come here and they think it's a one-way street. Like, listen, are there a lot of people who support this channel that probably do have that kind of like, yes, again, PlayStation's the best, Xbox should die and go away? Sure. But generally speaking, I feel like, I've gone out of my way to try to make it clear that, well, we want to be able to at least entertain the other side of it, and I try to do that. And I hope more people are willing to do that. But it becomes very difficult to do that when you encounter people where they, too many people get like overly defensive. Like, this is the problem I experience on Twitter multiplied by 10, dude, where it's like I say one thing and it's like I get the fucking Xbox Microsoft Defense Force up my ass. It's like, bro, I didn't even say anything. Sometimes it's like when I posted that Helldivers thing. Bro, I'm not, like, it's like, you guys need to calm down. I know you're triggered by shit, but you got to calm down, where it's like, I'm just posting the data, the fucking data, a literal fact that I can't change. I have no influence over. I just am putting it there. And you see like so many people, it's like, they team up like they're the Power Rangers or some shit. And it's like, whatever, man. Like, I'm just trying to, I want to look at this data and ask, what can we gather from this? Because this data, and I'm referring to the Helldivers data, like this is more prevalent to PlayStation than it even is Xbox, by the way. That's the beauty of it. That's the irony of it. Go Xbox Rangers. Will, thank you for the $2 super chat. You're saying time for Xbox to switch over to PlayStation. All are welcome. Well, that's the thing, man. I was literally that person. And I'm not here to like say, Xbox players, you better go to PlayStation, because it's the best and it shits all over Xbox, and you're not doing it right if you're not gaming on Play. Like, that sounds cringe as hell and that's stupid. But I'm just here to say that, like, I was that person who did invest quite a bit into the Xbox ecosystem for quite some time. I felt completely disillusioned by the direction they were going in. And I'm like, I am just going to take the plunge and make the leap, so to speak. And I'm going to invest in a PlayStation console and the PlayStation ecosystem. And I have no regrets, man. I really don't, because, again, while Sony isn't perfect, like, I can assure you, PlayStation is doing most of the things that I think a lot of Xbox players want Microsoft to do. Not all of them. But I think that there's a level of like denial to a degree where it's like, look, man, I think that there are some people where they've attached their identity to it so strongly that they feel like they couldn't move to PlayStation, or like there's got to be some kind of like, I don't know. It's like, yeah, like, it almost feels like some people need Phil Spencer to literally come out and say, guys, it's okay. Please go buy a PlayStation. It's cool. I lied to you. It's over. Well, yeah. Well, that's the thing, dude. This is why I'm not, I've embellished the look, I've embellished it. I've embraced the look. But like, truthfully, man, I could be sitting here with all black paneling. No, no PlayStation look at, no PlayStation aesthetic. And I can assure you that, like, it's just, dude, if play like you know why, what I fear about like the idea of PlayStation really fucking up one day. Like we talk about the idea of PlayStation like potentially turning to shit because there's no more competition or whatever. Um, I fear that day because I don't know where I'm gonna go, bro. I mean that. Like I'm not gonna go to Nintendo. That's not gonna happen. I'm not gonna and the idea of going to PC, like, dude, I'm not saying I would quit gaming, but my enthusiasm would drop a lot. I would ultimately have to go to PC because it's like, well, this is the end of the line. But I'm going to be very disillusioned by that and underwhelmed because it's no offense to PC gaming, but it's like I'm not interested in that kind of experience. I like it's gonna make me game less, dude. Like I just and that's why I'm saying like I don't think that's ever gonna happen. I think as long as Sony is involved in the gaming industry, they're gonna have a box that's like, here you go, man. Here's the PlayStation. Hook it up, attach your disk drive to it, and enjoy if you want. And I'm thinking like long term here, but I don't know. I just feel like Sony would have to be brain dead, bro. Like Sony would have to be brain dead to fuck up what they have. It's like you have some of the best single player studios in the world. You have a great hardware ecosystem. You have loyal fans and a loyal player base. You know, your games sell very well. You're dominant in third party. Like Sony would have to be fucking brain dead to screw this up. And it's fine. You know, they're going to make mistakes along the way, but they would have to be brain dead. And that's why I do have a level of confidence in Sony that I never had with Microsoft. Because Microsoft, they only did it once. They only did it once. And I was very pleased with that. I'm like, this is great. I think you guys get it. But after that, it was, it became clear as the years went on, like, oh, you guys kind of got lucky with that. Like you just did it once. Like, don't you know how to do it again? And it's like they're literally like tripping and doing like double front flips and shit. Unintentional. Like they're like doing tumbles down the fucking stairs. And I'm just like, oh, geez, like this is yeah, guys, I don't know, man. I'm starting to feel a lack of confidence here. But yeah, man, I think that the future definitely looks brighter for PlayStation than it does the Xbox side of things. Not from a console war perspective, just from a literal like. I think Microsoft is going to become pretty dystopian, in gaming. Like I think the end game for Microsoft in gaming is a kind of dystopian looking gaming future that a lot of people feared, where it's like Microsoft as a corporation has no fucking idea what they're doing in gaming. They just know that they made a $80 billion investment and they need to extract profit from it. That's all they know. And you see how they're like aggressively, they're like mandating their developers get familiar with using AI daily. It's a requirement. Like you have to hit a minimum quota of using AI. And I'm just like, you guys are fucking out of your minds. Like this, like you guys suck. Like you aren't just like kind of bad and you could get better. Like, no, you guys are like, I hate to say it, but it's like you guys are kind of like the mega villains in this story. Like the super villains that people don't quite realize. Like you think Sony's bad, you think Nintendo's bad. Wait till you see what Microsoft is brewing, bro. And that's not me trying to be, again, like, because I hate Microsoft. No, it makes complete sense. They're an AI cloud company. But I'm like, once the realization, and I think that's what is starting to dawn on people, is like, yeah, guys, this is going to be the first gaming company to start in mass replacing devs with AI. And I guarantee you that story with that 17-year Halo veteran that just left, where he says he's going to have things to let us know next year. I guarantee you it has something to do with Microsoft forcefully, aggressively pushing AI on Halo Studios or some shit for their artists. And they're like, we're not doing this. It's going to be bad. I'm telling you, like there's a storm brewing, man. And it's so easy to telegraph in this instance because not because, oh, we hate Microsoft. No, because I need to remind people like Microsoft is the third most valuable company in the world, man. Like they don't give a like, and they didn't get there by making great games. I like if you just want to summarize it in a single sentence, it's Sony and Nintendo got to where they are financially, business wise, by making great video games. Microsoft did not get to where they are by making great video games in terms of overall success as a corporation. People need to remember that. They need to keep that in mind. Chris Brown, a member for 26 months, says people wanting Xbox dead are in for a rude awakening when Sony starts charging us because they're the only one on the block. Competition is essential. I agree. We talked all about that earlier, Chris. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't think Sony's going to have, unless Nintendo decides to make a more traditional console, I don't think Sony's going to have that competition. I really don't. When the PlayStation 6 comes out, there's going to be nothing around it. Now, look, the one thing I don't agree with, I don't think that means Sony's going to come out with an $800 PS6. The reason I don't think that is because I don't think it's going to work like that. I think Sony could be idiots and be like, we're the only one putting out a high-end console in the year 2027. Well, then again, like Magnus will be there, but they could be like, we have no competition. We're going to charge $800 for this, even though it's clearly not worth $800. But you'll buy it anyway because we're the only choice. It's like I'm fairly certain, and I would hope to God the people inside of Sony are smart enough to know this. Most people are going to laugh at you, call you an asshole, and either stay on their PS5 or just go to PC. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I know that PC isn't direct competition, but Sony could make it competition very easily. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like the easiest way for Sony to make PC deadly competition to them is make a console, make your next gen console, make buying a mid to high end PC a better deal objectively, like where there is remove every single potential benefit there could be to choosing to go with a PS6 and hand it to PC on a silver platter plate. Then you make PC your enemy. And that's not even PC's, like that's PC is not even, they're not even the enemy. They're just like, bro, we didn't ask you to do that. We didn't even force you to, you did that. So I guess what I'm saying is like Sony could still dig themselves into a hole. They don't necessarily need Xbox there to prevent them from doing that. It just helps. It really does. But executives can be really stupid sometimes. You know, we've seen this throughout the industry. Video game executives can be very, very stupid and make just brain dead. Like how could you not realize this is a horrible decision? Could Hiroki Totoki and Hideaki Nishino and Herman Hulst, could they do this? Absolutely. But my bet is that, you know, Sony, that the people running Sony right now understand that, like, bro, listen, you being the only option next generation, like, think of it like this. Sony has the opportunity to position the PlayStation 6 in a fantastic way where on to the right of you, you have Xbox Magnus, what will essentially be a PC that can hook up to your TV in your living room, but will be like $1,000 or more dollars. So a very, very premium device, like so premium that it's not even gonna be sold on store shelves. You're gonna have to get it made to order from Microsoft. To the left of you, you have the Switch 2, which is like $500. Um, right? I think it's $500 still. And that is like, that's within a console range, but you have a significant advantage over this device in the fact that is it 450? 500 for the bundle, right? It's 450. Okay, so it's 450 for the Switch 2 if you don't get it with a bundle or you don't get the Mario Kart bundle. And it's like, okay, that's a competitive price, but what are they offering? It's like, well, their main leverage is exclusivity and portability. If you're Sony, it's like, okay, well, we have a device that could be sold for around $500 to $600, so still within that range, and we can offer exclusivity if we really want to. So we could do that. And again, we're going to have a portable device so we can offer portability. If you're Sony, it's just like, don't fuck it up, man. Like, I think they're in a prime position where it's like, listen, Sony, if the name of the game for you is to go further and grow this market more, grow the PlayStation brand more, I think that, I'll be honest. I think Sony just views Xbox as like they're in the rear view mirror. They're not even in the rear view mirror anymore. I think Sony's been operating on their own for a little bit. And I don't think that they've lost sight of the fact that you want to find mass success, mass market success. You cannot do that by price gouging. Because that's the thing. You are not Sony needs to be smart enough to know you are not the only option. And the moment you think you are, you're going to find out real fucking fast you're not the only option. People will, they will go to PC. They will, guess what? They will stay on PS5. What's one of the biggest things that could hurt Sony next gen? People not moving from PS5. Who could be the biggest culprit? Who could be the biggest deterring factor to make that a reality? Sony. See, this is where I would hope they're smart enough to know that at this point, only you can be your downfall. Like, only you can be your worst enemy. Microsoft at one point was, they no longer are. Nintendo, maybe at one point was, they no longer are. PC, maybe never has been, and they don't have to be. All you got to do is don't be the reason, Sony. Like, Sony, don't be the biggest reason people don't leave PS5. Because I'm telling you, that's the most likely thing people will do. They'll give the middle finger to Sony and their next gen. And this happened with the PS3. By the way, I want to ask you, here's a question I have for you guys. Serious question. Look back to the PS3. Remember when Sony came out and they were like $600 US? You'll get a second job. And they were just totally arrogant. And everybody was like, fuck you. What do you think people would have done back in 2006 if there was no 360? Let's say Xbox died after the first attempt and there was no 360. What do you think people would have done? Because I have a pretty good idea of what people would have done. I'm just curious what you guys are saying. Chris with another super chat. Thank you, buddy. You're saying, I think Xbox multiple price backlash is the only reason PlayStation didn't do it as well. Without that, I think they will just go for it. I hope to be wrong. I think you're wrong because they already have that option. They already have like an $800 console or $750 console, for the premium user where they can get a shit ton of money per sale. You're saying to go to PC? Well, what I was going to say is that, dude, if the GameCube wouldn't have died. Oh, yeah, people would have went to GameCube. No, I think what would have happened, that's exactly what I was thinking, Schmidt. I think what would have happened if the 360 didn't exist when the PS3 came out and everybody hated Sony because Sony got like way up their own ass and, just turned everybody off through arrogance. I think the vast majority of console players would have just stayed on PS2, bro. Exactly. They would have not moved. And Sony would have had a real problem because they're like, guys, Like we're like we got our exclusives. Don't you want our exclusives? They'd be like, "No, we're good. We're just gonna stay here." Well, we got this exclusive now. It's like still good. No, we're good. And I guess what I'm saying is like eventually Sony would have had to have done something because the realization would have been that like people are just not going to accept this. Like they're not going to just accept a $600 underwhelming PS3 launch with underwhelming exclusives and it's just this totally anti-consumer practice because they're just going to stick to what you gave them previously. But here's the big difference. Here's the big difference, Schmidt, and why this is even more significant this time around is that you could make the argument that anybody, again, in a hypothetical scenario where the 360 never existed, anybody who chose to stay with the PS2, you could make the argument that they're going to break eventually because people are going to get tired of these last gen graphics. All it's going to take is for Sony to show you one thing or one developer to show you one game that looks, you know what? Okay, I'm going to get it. I'm going to buy the $600 PS3 because look at that graphical leap. That will be gone with the PS5 and PS6. There will be a somewhat noticeable leap, but people will be able to very justifiably. They won't have to gaslight themselves. They will just say, "Bro, that game is still going to look phenomenal on my PS5. I'm good." These are the things that Sony has working against them on their own without any competition. And this is why I try to tell people I'm not telling you to bet on Sony not becoming more anti-consumer or something like that, or not raising the prices. I'm just saying that they have way more reasons not to do that for their own well-being, for the health of their own business and their own business model. They have more reasons not to do that. Now, does it mean that they won't push the envelope? No. In that regard, I'm a little bit more nervous that I think it could be a little bit more what's the word I'm looking for? There's always these specific words I'm looking for and I can never find them. I don't know what's going on. It's like losing my vocabulary, bro. Um I think it'll come I think maybe subtly is the word I'm looking for. Like you're not going to see them be like, "We're just going to increase the price of the console by $100." Or, something like that. I think you're going to start to see like little things here and there where it's like, "Yeah, we're going to increase this just a little bit. Maybe this just a little bit. And they've kind of already been doing that, to be fair. Now, granted, apparently everybody's been doing this. And it's a constant battle between it's the tariffs and the economy versus it's greed. I'm going to tell you right now, at the end of the day, these companies are growing. So part of it's definitely greed, but I'm just saying that like that, the idea of the envelope being ever so slightly pushed a little bit further, a little bit further, a little bit further, because Sony's looking around like, I mean, who's going to stop us? Yeah, I think they could try to go for that. What that looks like, not exactly sure, especially next gen. But I just think Sony, I hope they're not dumb, dude. I hope that the people who are running the PlayStation division right now, if they weren't there for the PS3 era, I hope that they are very well informed as to what went wrong during that era. I know Herman was there, I think Hideaki Nishino was there. I think Hideaki Nishino has been with PlayStation since like 2002. So he was there. So I think that they know, like they've been around, like they understand like what went wrong. And they just have to make sure not to fall into that trap again. Because if you think about it, the transition from the PS5 to the PS6 will be similar in a sense from the transition to the PS2 to the PS3 because of what's going on with Microsoft, where the original Xbox didn't make a dent in PlayStation at all, and Sony literally laughed at it. I don't think Sony's laughing at them now, but Sony's definitely like, okay, so you guys are kind of done. All right, well, okay, so the competition isn't there. But I think this time, rather than the Xbox 360 putting pressure on them, it's going to be, I think, the fan base. I think the fans will put pressure on Sony, dude. I have faith in the PlayStation fan base to a degree that, like, if things were to get that bad, I think you would see the fan base push back. And I think they would push back hard. I know that, like, PlayStation fans get kind of a bad reputation in some areas, but I'm telling you, man, I think if Sony like really did cross that line, you would see the fan base be like, "Oh fuck no." I mean, we saw that with Concord. Like we literally saw that. So there's an actual real world, real life example of like when that line is completely crossed, like Sony will fuck around and they will find out very quickly and they will adjust very quickly. They will react accordingly. Bobby Means, a member for 12 months, says, "What if Sony announces the PS6 will run you about $299?" Oh my God. Yeah, right. I'd say, pinch me. I'm dreaming. Wake me up from this dream. $299. No, those days are over too, unfortunately, Bobby Means. Now, what you could see potentially one day is maybe a year or two after the PS6 is out, maybe things will change drastically, economically speaking. Maybe Sony will be able to drop the PS5 to like 400 or 350. And the great unknown, the greatest competitor to the PS6 is the PS5. Make no mistake. Remember, I'm saying that. We could see a DualSense for $300. It's more. We live in a really terrifying reality right now that, that is more likely than a console being $300. Yes, that is now more likely. God damn, dude. I mean, we will see. The greatest competitor to the PS6 will be the PS5. And I do want to encourage, obviously I want to encourage people to be somewhat excited for the PS6, like look forward to what Sony's going to offer. But if you feel as though Sony is just like, they're not doing it, let them know I'm staying on the PS5. Let them know. Because I will. I mean, I won't because I run a channel where I cover PlayStation, but who knows? Who knows, man? Who knows what they like? Maybe they come out with the worst fucking launch lineup in their history. It's like, this is garbage. What do you do? Like, you got Destruction All Stars 2, baby. Are you excited? It's like, what the fuck? Like, no, what? Hold on, what's going on? Like $800 for the PS6. We're gonna sell DualSense for $100. DualSense 2. Exciting times. Man, I've been going on. I just realized we're getting close to hitting the 4-hour mark, though, guys. So here's what we'll do. I think that storm's going to be rolling in soon. I think what we'll do here is we'll do like a last call. I think I'll stream to the 4-hour mark. Rich Rod, I would love to do the world premiere, bro, but we're only sitting at 4 members. You got to get on them. You got to get on them, man. We need to hit at least I mean, dude, I'll try to get like 15 members. So like 11 more, 25 preferably. But we could do 15. We hit 15 members, I'll play the world premiere, and I actually would love to hear. Actually, I'm a little nervous. What do I want to know? Rich Rod? Do I want to know? But we'll do a last call, guys. We'll go to the 4-hour mark, so we have about like 7 or 8 minutes. And if you guys want to drop any support before we wrap up, where's Silent Spartan? Yeah, I don't know, man. He comes in randomly. I don't know his schedule, but I'm sure he'll show up later in the week. But if you guys want to drop any support, if you want to become a member gifts, any more super chats, direct donations, now would be the time to do it because we're gonna wrap it up here soon. And yeah, if we hit 15 members, I'll make the goal. I'll change the goal to 15 at the end here. I'll at least play Rich Rod's. I'll play his world premiere. God, Rich, I was so close to playing your other one, the one you sent. Oh, and I got Titus. I got to play yours too, man. Yeah. So if we hit 15, we'll do like a double. Because Titus Crow sent me one as well. But yeah, I don't know, Rich. I don't know if it's happening today. Everyone's like, help. mm. Where's boss? He's sleeping. What is going on here? Okay. All right. Well, this shit's broken. Sneakers SO, bro. I think a couple of hours ago, in regards to the news that Microsoft will be pulling Xbox from Target and Walmart, Sneakers SO says, that's funny. Could have sworn I heard about this somewhere. That's the rumor, MacTube. That's the craziest shit I ever heard, and I pray to God it's not true. Because that's like a level of sad that that's like a level of sad that I don't want to believe, you know? Let's see if I can find anything else. No, haven't heard anything, Laz. Rich Rod says, MBG, since you're being rude, you have to play the world premiere and the Xbox price hike song. Well, well, trust me, Rich Rod, if we can't play it today, because I'm gonna be honest, man, I don't think we're getting any more members today. We still have the rest of the week though, man. You know? So while we may not have gotten the necessary members to initiate the songs today, could be tomorrow. There's plenty of opportunity. So don't worry, Rich. I'm sure we'll get to it. I feel like the same thing happened last week. You guys are like, shame. Disgusting. If Sony brings 8K 60 FPS native 4K 120 FPS and 240 FPS performance mode monitors, they have VRR HDR 124 240 hertz capability at a healthy price of $599, $699 disc version. PS6 can sell well. I agree. Yeah. Generally, I agree. Where are we? So we got 2 minutes, guys. 2 minutes before we wrap it up. Oh, hold on. Over on NeoGAF, I wonder what our old. Okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah, we covered that already. Never mind. I thought that was something new. But yeah, all right, guys. I think this will be a good place to wrap it up. Before I head out, I want to thank everybody for tuning into the stream. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you to anybody who can't catch live but has to watch later on. I do appreciate your support and your viewership. Also want to give a big thank you to anybody who dropped any support today. Don't worry, Rich Rod. Don't worry, bro. I'm sure we're gonna have more. And look at that. As I'm saying that, bro, Music Maker Man comes in. Yo, Rich is like, yes, disgusting. Music Maker Man comes in literally at the 11th hour as I'm doing my outro, and he drops 10 membership gifts for you guys. And so with that, we are literally one Rich. Who's gonna do it? Oh, we're not at 414. We are one away. You want to play both, Rich? Well, you got to give me your Twitter handle again. And Music Maker Man, thank you so much for that, buddy.
Holy shit.
I was genuinely not expecting that. But now we got to see somebody's got to come in clutch. Music Maker Man made it as easy as he possibly could for you. Rich, you should be the one. You should be the one. There we go. He already knew. He's like, I got to do it. That's beautiful. It's like poetry. We did it. AM and Rich. All right, hold on. I'm kind of excited too. I'm not going to lie. I was also feeling a little bit disappointed because I wanted to hear him. So before I do that, though, I got to, again, give another shout out to Music Maker Man coming in absolutely clutch. We set the goal to 15 members in the name of hearing Rich's new world premieres. And it didn't look like we were going to get it, guys. It didn't look like we were going to get it. But Music Maker Man dropped the 10 for you. And Rich closed it out. So we did it. Really, really appreciate that, guys. Amazing. We have such an awesome community. All right, let's see. Blind Eye to Trash. Well, Rich, just so you know, I only have one here from you called Blind Eye to Trash. So, you know, I have to play Titus's song too, by the way. I'm going to play Titus's first because he's been waiting like 2 weeks, bro. It's like 2 minutes. I'll play Titus's, then I'll play Rich's. Titus's song is just called MBG.
He's MBG, say what you see, and when he's talking, you won't believe. 100,000 strong, his army keeps growing with the scheme, look and cap on head. He knows where we're going, and he's got the boss, but these two's never ran lost. When we see him on the streets, well, you'll never be the same. MBG, say his name. MBG, raise a fist. MBG, lift those weights. MBG, holds the line. MBG, walks in time. MBG, beats for every one of us, I guarantee. He's MBG. For every one of us, I guarantee. He's MBG. He's MBG. MBG, say his name. MBG, raise a fist. MBG, lift those weights. MBG, holds the line. MBG, walks in time. MBG, beats for every one of us, I guarantee. He's MBG. For every one of us.
Bro, I love how it just cuts off. That's amazing. Bro, holy shit. That was Titus, thank you so much for that, man. I don't know if he's still here. But damn, straight up cult music. All right, let's see. Now we got Rich Rod's Blind Eye to Trash.
Leaks smell out like oil on the floor.
Rich, I told you.
Now gaming's gone, you'll never get it back. Controllers cracked under the weight of lies, false promises in their empty skies. Game Pass poison what we used to love. You burned it down with a corporate shove. No PlayStation for you, not ever again. Killed the joy, killed the friends. Hobby's gone, nothing left to claim. Now you knit while you shoulder the blame. You could have seen, you could have known. Now you're
Okay, next up, Game Pass. Wait. Hold on, is this the one you said Game Pass rate hike? Rich, hold on, there was this one you made. It's not this one. Is it this one?
Yeah. One design to know. Yo. Xbox crew, y'all the reason it's a joke now. Wallet's empty, Game Pass broke now. Tried to flex, but y'all played yourselves. Put the crown on clowns, now the game's on the shelves. Halo fell harder than a drunk off a bar stool. Used to be kings, now you're playing with cartoon fools. Trashing the catalog, fans stay blind. Microsoft got y'all trapped, tied to the grind. Y'all fed the beast, now the beast bit back. Paying for garbage, pockets light, pitch black. PlayStation laughing, sipping tea so fine. No comp left, just your tears with no spine. No Game Pass, no Clash, I did this. Raise the price, now you're stuck, what a big miss. No games, no shame, just pure pain. Xbox fans, y'all the reason for the rain. Y'all hyped up garbage, made the bar so low. Microsoft said cool, serve you games so slow. Red ring vibes, it's a cycle of abuse. Paid for mediocrity, what's the excuse? Exclusive this, exclusive that, you scream. But exclusives came and went like a bad dream. Game Pass fat, now it's eating your dough. Netflix for games, nah, that plan's too slow.
Damn, that one was good too. Boss likes it. Boss, is that your favorite kind of music? Apparently it is. He's jamming with me, yeah. That's good stuff, though. All right. I'll give you some treats. It's fine. Well, we did it, guys. And there it is. Yeah, Rich, we're gonna need more. I don't know, is it like rap? Some because we've been doing a lot of the. I'll play that one tomorrow, Rich. I can't go crazy with them. I did 3. I think 3's good. Basically, did like 10 minutes of AI songs, man. We did play that one already though. Game Pass rate hike. But yeah, you keep cooking, Rich, and you bring more to the streams. And Titus. I don't know if Titus is still here. Yeah, some of them, dude, that one, some of them sound so real. It's wild. Like, they sound ridiculous, bro. AI is scary. But that's going to wrap up the stream. Again, thank you guys so much for your support. Even being able to get to the 15 members at the last minute, I very much appreciate that. Yeah, make sure you hit that like button on your way out. I also want to make sure to give a shout out to Devil Shooter, who does the timestamps for the streams. If you guys see Devil Shooter in the comments, show him some love. You know, give him some thanks. I guess boss just wants to hang, but yeah, that does it. So we should be back here tomorrow, guys. All right. You know, we'll have more streams coming up throughout the week. We'll be doing some members content. I'll update you guys and let you know if we're going to be doing a morning with the missus this Friday. So just make sure you have notifications turned on, and yeah. But yeah, boss, do you have anything to say? Says more memberships, more treats. Yeah. Yeah, I bet, man. All right, guys, enjoy the rest of your Sunday. You know, I will just say I'm not anticipating losing power, but if for some reason we don't have any content tomorrow, then it'll likely be because I've lost power, but hopefully that won't be the case. So if everything goes according to plan, we'll be back tomorrow. All right. All right, guys, that's it. I'll catch you in the next one. Until then, take care, everyone.